Good morning. Good morning. Buenos días. All right, good morning. The April 26th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish low in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you are in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, el globo terráqueo, y seleccione Spanish o español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom desde su celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor, seleccione Mute Original Audio o silenciar el audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and start with the tribal acknowledgement. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the SANDAG region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territories and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Digueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Coya. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced the many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy and we aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experience in undoing the injustices of the past. Now, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tessa, can you please confirm quorum?
Good morning. Yes, Chairwoman, we have one of the board members who are virtual today, Deputy Mayor Melendez. I need to confirm that you qualify to be participating remotely by asking you a couple of questions. If you could please confirm the reason for your remote participation without disclosing any medical conditions.
Yes, ma'am. I have a condition that I believe to be contagious, so I thought it would be best to participate remotely.
And if our general counsel could confirm that qualifies for remote participation?
Yes, a condition susceptible to being spread does constitute as just cause under the Brown Act for remote participation.
And Deputy Mayor Melendez, can you confirm that you are able to leave your camera on at all times during the meeting and use your audio when necessary?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you state whether there are any people in the same room as you that are 18 years or older? And if so, their relationship to you?
There's no one.
And Chairwoman, as a result of a member's remote participation, all votes will need to be taken on a roll call basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start today with non-agenda public communication and member comments. As a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any such language or any disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. Allows for us to hear from many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have quorum. Based on those factors, for today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for those comments. Tessa, please go ahead with non-agenda public comments.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Before I do that, I need to confirm attendance and a quorum by calling roll call. Councilmember Burkholder. Present. Sorry, City of Carlsbad. City of Chula Vista, Councilmember Chavez. Present. City of Coronado, Councilmember Duncan.
Present.
County of San Diego, Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas present.
County of San Diego, Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
City of Del Mar, Deputy Mayor Gasterlin. Here. City of El Cajon, Mayor Wells.
Here.
City of Encinitas, Mayor Kranz.
Here.
City of Escondido, Mayor White.
Present.
City of Imperial Beach, Councilmember Fisher.
Present.
City of La Mesa, Councilmember Shu.
Here.
City of Lemon Grove, Mayor Vasquez. Here. City of National City, Councilmember Molina. Present. City of Oceanside, Deputy Mayor Kime. City of Poway, Mayor Vaz.
Here.
City of San Diego, Councilmember Campillo.
Here.
City of San Diego, Councilmember Moreno. Present. City of San Marcos, Mayor Jones.
Here.
City of Santee, Mayor Minto.
All in.
And City of Solana Beach is absent. City of Vista, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Here.
Caltrans, Director Townsend.
Here.
MTS, Councilmember Dillard. Here. San Diego Water Authority, Director Katz.
Here.
San Diego County Regional Airport Authority, Director Cabrera.
Here.
And Association of Planning Groups, Chairwoman Maxon. Here. That concludes the roll call and confirms a quorum. I will move on to public comments. As the public commenters know, we take the first 5 public commenters at the beginning of the meeting. I will be calling on Alan C., Truth, Mark, allegedly Audra, and Rita Clement. Those at the end of the meeting, continued, will be Mark, Alex Wong, and Blair Beekman. Alan C., please come to the podium.
Hi, good morning, board. Please take a good look at that picture. You've got the emails where you can really study it. That's 15 freeway, the managed lanes. We're talking about managed lanes every freeway. And another half-cent sales tax in November. That half-cent sales tax gets approved. Guess where that money's going to go? Let's talk about $2.4 billion on 805, $2006, by the way, managed lane. Again, look at 15, the failure. Nobody takes the managed lane. It's a toll road. And all you're doing is going to increase traffic congestion and just hurting the commuters. And yet this November, you're talking about another sales tax? Transnet doesn't expire to 2048. You do this and put these managed lanes and all these freeways, voters will not approve your sales tax. Consider that. I yield back.
Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark.
I decided that in order to eliminate censorship, Zito must be chair of every committee, whether he wants to or not. Now I've got 2 after SANDAG stories. I went to Timmy's place for pizza, and guess who made Fox 5 wearing a no SANDAG hat? Me, that's right. After I went to an art store to buy pins, because that's what us writers do. And as soon as I exit the store, who's pulling up the car and recognizes me? Mayor Richard Bailey. What are the chances? Now from UT article quote. Senior Regional Planner Sam Sanford said SANDAG has an online survey. The public can say, we don't feel safe. There's a gap in the network. We'd like another facility here. Number of lanes in proximity to apartments or commercial districts, he said. He also said SANDAG drivers use a technology called speed management. Vehicles in this county, if they had speed management in their vehicles, end quote. SANDAG wants AB 43 and AB 1938 to control entire neighborhoods, along with controlling everyone's car speeds. Regional planners are more accurately called the regional plotters. And more proof that this is business, not government. We're not allowed in now until 8:30. And you know, you don't need fake ferns. You could just build us a border wall, right? Wouldn't that be better?
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by allegedly Audra.
Mark, this is from Rosa Corey, Part 1, expert California witness and from the New Hampshire legislature.
The agenda for the 21st century is a recipe for destruction. It enables and justifies monitoring and metering and restricting our energy and water usage through smart meters, instituting a carbon tax on industry, pulverizing our roads and destroying our dams, sinking our economy, exhausting our military with endless war, diagnosing a huge portion of our population with mental illness and drugging us, bleeding our transportation budget with high-cost trains to nowhere, revamping our school system by inserting sustainable development principles from pre-kindergarten all the way to postgraduate school, declaring our public lands off limits to humans, changing every land use document in the nation to require high-density housing in city centers in order to more easily control, monitor, and surveil us, allowing warrantless searches and seizures, domestic surveillance, identifying us as a potential enemy combatant in our own nation. You know, if an enemy was trying to destroy us, they couldn't do a better job. This is the erection of a corporatocracy. It is a global totalitarian state, and it is in progress right now. It doesn't come with flashing lights.
SANDAG is the main one doing this, and that's from
Your
Rosa
time
Corey.
expired. Allegedly, Audra, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final commenter at this time, Rita Clement.
For months, I've been coming and talking, well, not coming here, but calling in or coming and talking about the border invasion that's happening. And now we have a 5-year-old who's been raped by an illegal alien. And I kept saying, what has to happen before we do something? So how many more children need to be raped? How many more people need to be murdered before we actually take this seriously? Does it have to be one of your kids? Does it have to be someone in your family? Does it have to be you? Does it have to be me? Maybe that would be good, right? Maybe the one calling it out should be the one that it happens to. Who knows? I bet all of you would probably be happy about that. But Nora, you need to be doing something. This is not xenophobic. This is a national security risk, and we are the hub, the main sector that is invaded right now. And it keeps increasing day by day. How many children have to be raped? Is one not enough? Because now you're all complicit in that. This is treason.
And your time expired. Rita Clement, please come to the podium. And while you're on your way, I just want to confirm that there will be 2 others called at for continued non-agenda at the end of the meeting, Dave Everett and Consuelo at the end of the meeting. Rita, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, SANDAG board members, and SANDAG staff. My name is Rita Clement, and I live in Chula Vista. I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. Thank you for identifying community-level microtransit and neighborhood electric vehicle services as an important part of the 2025 regional plan. This is very good for increasing intra-neighborhood community transportation access and connectivity to the regional system. We fully support keeping the youth opportunity passes and the 10 transit lifelines plan. Thank you all for your hard work.
And that concludes non-agenda public comments at this time.
Thank you. Are there any member comments? Mayor?
Which one? Me? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring up something that I've brought up a few times, and that is the posting of the agenda and having all of the items available on Friday when we post our agenda. I just don't think that it seems that we are prioritizing making sure that we actually have all of the supporting documentation together at the same time. We actually had a closed session where the entire item had changed, though the synopsis was still the same. The actual agenda item, everyone probably saw that. I know that mistakes can happen, but there are a lot of things that just are still changing on a pretty regular basis. To have things less than 24 hours changed or posted, or even 72 hours, less than 72 hours, I think it just, and you know, Colleen and I had spoken about this. I would tell my staff if they were trying to post or put things on the agenda that didn't have all the full documentation, that we need to continue that to the next meeting. So I really hope that in the interest of transparency that we really look at what we're trying to do here. And I think it is building trust with the community. And I don't think we can do that when we're not posting the full agenda at the time that we, you know, on the Friday before the meeting, to give people ample time to get prepared for the meetings, but also know what's going on here at SANDAG. Anyway, thank you.
Colleen, do you want to address that?
This is something we're working on, so I appreciate you bringing it up. We will continue to work with the team. I know that we didn't have the report from OIPA until I think I received that on Tuesday, so we worked to post that right away. I know there were some delays in the closed session postings as well. And this is something that I will continue to work with the team on addressing because we understand that you all want this information well in advance of the meeting. So thank you.
As I think most of you are aware, yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we had a fire at our pier. It's the longest wooden pier on the West Coast. Obviously, it's devastating for us, but we had our city hall and fire stations right up the street. So we had firefighters on scene in 5 minutes. We had a fantastic mutual aid response from Vista and Carlsbad, City of San Diego. So I want to thank those agencies for helping. They got there. We had like 36 apparatus on scene, helicopters. So we attacked it from the water with boats. We had helicopters dropping water from the sheriff's department, the county. So thank you. And then we also had help managing our city and regular emergency calls. So we were able to stop the fire. And it was a challenge because in the afternoon on the coast, we have that westward onshore flow. So it was blowing the fire west. So what the fire department did is actually take out some boards right at the hammerhead part of the pier. So it stopped, it contained the fire. The restaurant then, it was vacant, but it's a loss. And then our kiosk, which is operating from our local seafood restaurant. So it's devastating for the city. We just did a $5 million utility upgrade on the pier. So, but part of that was a fire system. So, but we are gonna, this fire's still smoldering right now. We can't get out there to the very end of it, but we still got to figure out what caused it and how much damage there is, how stable it is. But I just want to thank all the agencies in here that helped. It was the one good thing about that was how well our first responders did and the partnership with our with the county and the city. So thank you.
Welcome, and we're really sorry it happened. It's really sad to see. Caltrans.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to indicate that Caltrans continues its efforts to restore our transportation system this weekend. We've got a couple of closures going in northbound 125 at Hammondstraw Road to State Route 94. It's going to be closed beginning tonight through Monday morning early. We're going to be doing some pavement rehabilitation work out there. So advising travelers and everyone to stay away from the area if possible or follow our detour signs. In addition to that, we're going to have a closure on southbound 163 from Interstate 8 to Interstate 5 Saturday morning. Again, this is for some maintenance work that is long overdue. Last weekend, we did the northbound and we're doing southbound this weekend. And in addition, I know, Chair, we've got item 11 to talk a little bit about the pole removals. I'd like to reserve some comments when we get to that point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, we have a lot of important work to do today. The only update I have is that closed session item number 13 regarding property negotiations we pushed to our next meeting on May 10th. This is the request, per the request of the council, and so we'll revisit this item in 2 weeks. Is there anything else that you'd like to add, Colleen?
There are a few updates I'd like to provide to the board. It will just take me a couple of minutes. First, I wanted to let you all know that we are working right now on our federal certification review. So this is with the federal funding agencies. They will be here at SANDAG on April 30th and May 1st. This is a really important part of the work we do so that we can continue to bring federal dollars to the agency. So we will let you know as soon as we have results of that to share with you all. We are also working on year-end financial reports for our audits. There are a number of, excuse me, I heard banana and it made me hungry. There are a number of financial reports coming in. We did receive a modified, or we're likely to receive a modified opinion on our audits, and that is because of the State Route 125 work that's been going on. So we will make sure that that will be going to the audit committee and that will be coming to the board in June. So I just want to give you a heads up about that.
The regional housing needs assessment. So we had the HCD folks here at your last meeting. They were referring to a report that was going to provide additional guidance on the RENA process. That report has come out. Our staff is currently reviewing that, and we will be bringing a report to your executive committee on May 10th about that. There's a lot of follow-up, I believe, to be done there with all of you. One of the other things I wanted to mention is the work that we're doing on our ERP. So this is the Enterprise Resource Planning System. So this is where we're taking all of our various systems where we file information and put that into one system that can be accessed for payroll and contracts all in one place. We did complete the initial finance component in January. We are working through many bugs to make sure that we get that right. The next phase is to actually bring HR and payroll into that. So we want to make sure we keep you abreast of how this project is going, because this is one of the major implementation actions with respect to all of the audits that have been going on, where we have a centralized location for contracts and know who our contractors are and lining that up again then with budgets and payroll. So it's a really critical part of our work plan, and we want to keep you abreast of that. I think for now, I will just wrap up with a couple of other updates. Bike Anywhere Day, May 16th. We just announced where all the pit stops will be. If any of you are going to be participating, if you can let us know, because we'd like to connect with you at a particular pit stop or make sure our staff are there with you as well. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is that with the Low Sand project, and in particular the Del Mar connection, we're getting a lot of attention. There was a great publication in the Wall Street Journal about the importance of this project. And I just wanted to wrap up with that we submitted, this is technical work we do, but we submitted our technical methodology for the regional plan. This is a really important thing we do in collaboration with the California Air Resources Board, where we share with them, these are all of the assumptions that we're making in our transportation model. Make sure they agree with that. And then we're going to start running that model through and start bringing some of the results to you all in the near future. So that concludes my comments, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Item 2 on our agenda today will be held in closed session. Before the board goes into closed session, we'll take public comments and then clear the room. If anyone wishes to speak on this item, please submit your speaker slip now, as we will now be taking additional speakers once we start the comment period. Tessa, do you have any public comments on item number 2?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I have 4 in-person public comments and 4 virtual public comments on this item. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark.
Just like with the last auditor search, I know who the next CEO is. Just kidding. But it sure seemed like you're all deathly afraid of anything leaking to the point they had to throw all of us non-VIPs on the floor above, waiting around for 2 hours. But don't worry, I used that time to talk trash about some of you. And Sean's out choosing a new CEO, right? He wasn't even here for the last few meetings or the interviews. And that's great, but his sudden absence is very suspicious. It should have been good, perceptive people that were the lead with a firm that would actually report accurately, aka the whole CEO recruitment process has been a charade. And that's the SANDAG SOP for the MPO in need of an MOP. See, roll, some of us off the council have our own inside jokes like waxy fingers at the Public Safety Committee. See, what the heck's so important from Joe, who literally phones it in? Hopefully some of you have reevaluated yourselves before these discussions, especially those of you who have yet to grow a spine and stand for absolutely nothing, and so have allowed SANDAG to become inundated with everything. Don't be like Waxy Fingers roller Bucky Voss. Be more like Rebecca, who's willing to fire people who are full of incompetency. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by allegedly Audra.
Choosing a new CEO is a moot point. I'm going to be reading from information displayed in a very detailed video on YouTube. The title is Behold a Pale Horse, Chapter 13, William Cooper. So the United Nations Treaty, which is treasonous, was part of the UN Participation Act of 1945. By treasonous President Truman and the Senate. The Senate was not given a printed copy. It was unconstitutional. It's against our Constitution as the highest law of the land, and gave power, our government's power to the United Nations. There are a lot more details in this video, and obviously with 20 seconds left, I don't have time to tell everyone about it. But it also gives the head of the Bar Association at the time his opinion on it before Congress, and states some rebuttals, and it's completely unconstitutional. You can't supersede our authority and give it away. That's
Your time expired. Allegedly, Audra, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo and then our first virtual Mary Kay.
When you hired the last CEO, you clearly did not adequately evaluate Hassan. This was a critical mistake, and Hassan left the agency in turmoil with the feds doing a criminal investigation. The firing of an honest employee led to the internal auditor performing more investigations in which a scathing report was issued. Hold the correct people accountable. Let these investigations play out, and let's see what the board members and management knew before you make a critical decision that will decide the fate of the success of this agency. What, when, and why these financial and legal issues were being covered up. The seriousness of this is going to require a CEO truly equipped with the knowledge that can pull up the agency out of the turmoil. The board only has limited information at this time and won't understand the extent of the issues if the investigations are not complete. You have the interim CEO through the end of the year. The board is ultimately responsible and needs to take this decision seriously and not make the same mistake again. Vote no on the CEO contract and reopen the recruitment later once information is obtained and adequately assess the CEO candidates. And Andre, you should resign immediately.
Your time expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mary Kay, then Paul the Bold. Did you not have comments at this time, Consuelo? The chairwoman is not allowing to cede times. Did you wish to speak yourself? Okay, our next commenter, Mary Kay, please go ahead.
I'm not sure who you selected, but I do know he is the most qualified for many reasons: education, experience, expertise, and the most relative experience. During my time at the IPA, Ray was the only one that would come to me and ask, how do we work together to fix issues? How do we make it better, more accountable, stronger agency? He did so even though he would be looked upon as a traitor. On the other hand, many of the others with questionable integrity and ethics would fight me, fill staff with untruth, and actually hide issues from us. Ray and I worked jointly and tried to do the right thing by the agency. Furthermore, Ray was not part of the many wrongdoings. He was part of the solution. I hope you do the right thing and the most qualified person is selected, the person with the most relative experience. I also hope the board has integrity and does not select someone simply based on race or gender with less qualifications. The people that voted for you, of course, voted by party, but we're all different genders and races. Let's not forget that today. SANDAG is in a lot of trouble right now, and trust and lack of accountability is in question. All members should do the right thing and do the right thing by the public. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead. Yourself, there you go.
Hello. It's interesting. I see potential appointment and authorize the chair to execute an employment agreement. So when does the real-time stuff take over? I don't know who's in the running. I hope it's no one on SANDAG, because they all seem to be mired in scandal. And the next auditor better have thick skin, because the way things are going, you'll have a lot more investigations. I don't know that you want me to know who's running, but I sure hope that he or she is not dedicated to the culture of secrecy and corrupt activity that has scandalized San Diego County and a lot further. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. In first moving down here to San Diego a few years ago now, I've been incredibly impressed with the relationship that the County of San Diego has with border issues and with Tijuana and Mexico overall. For the controversy, some of the controversy of the previous CEO, I think what he did very well was help facilitate a good relationship with Tijuana and Mexico. I hope the new board will continue that good effort, and that those good practices promote the concepts of peace and not war, basically, and promote safety for our local communities, I feel. So we don't want to be hostile with each other. Thank you.
Our final commenter at this time, Dave Everett, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dave Everett. I'm commenting on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association. And I just wanted to point out something about the contracting policy of the agency is that because you've passed a project labor agreement, there's a monopoly on all the work. And now you're coming to taxpayers asking for a tax increase. And one of the things we warned when you passed the project labor agreement is that you would see higher costs, and that it was kind of an example of, you know, the putting politics before sound policy for the taxpayers. So I'm going to say that if you would not exclude 90% of the construction market that chooses to work non-union, then, you know, maybe we wouldn't have to have this tax increase proposed. And so in the future, please let everyone in San Diego, all of San Diego's construction workers, bid on these projects that their taxpayer dollars pay for. And taxpayers will get a better rate and a better, you know, you'll build 5 projects for the price of 5 instead of 4 for the price of 5 with this project labor agreement, and end up not needing to increase taxes.
Thank you. Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on item 2.
All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and go into closed session. I will ask everyone who does not need to be here for a closed session item to please exit the room. We'll reconvene after and share any reportable actions and take the rest of our items for today. All right. We are back. Okie dokie. Where are we? Oh. All right, I'm going to turn it over.
Do you want me to report out?
Yes, sir.
Chairwoman, just reporting out that the board met in closed session and there was no reportable action. So moving out open session.
All right, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it to our legal counsel before I go ahead and make any comments.
I understand that on item, I believe it was item 2, the materials that were sent out to the board included the incorrect cover sheet. That cover sheet was initially sent out relevant to the April 12th meeting rather than for today's meeting. That was not corrected until yesterday, and that put you in a difficult position to be able to prepare for today. So on behalf of staff, that is totally on us. It was our mistake, and we'll own that. And I apologize for any delays or difficulties that that's caused you today.
Great. Thank you. So the purpose of our closed session item was to provide everyone with negotiation with the candidate for the CEO position who we selected after the April 12th. And let's see. We had our discussion during closed session, and so in our open meeting, we're going to start first by thanking our recruitment subcommittee for being part of this process. As you know, this was a very thorough process. And our recruiter, Pam Derby from CPS HR, we want to thank her for all of her work throughout this very thorough recruitment process. In closed session on April 12th, we identified a preferred candidate for the CEO position. As the agency designated representative, First Vice Chair Ilo Rivera and I have been working with Pam to direct negotiations with the preferred candidate. I'm going to ask Pam to summarize the key terms and conditions that have been agreed to by our negotiation team and the candidate for the board's consideration. And Pam, could you please provide your report?
Good morning, Chair, board members, members of the public. As you've discussed and received, we have negotiated an agreement with the chosen candidate. The pertinent points are that the start date would be June 17th, 2024. The term length would be 3 years with a 3-year renewal. Salary increases would be based on performance and subject to board approval. Benefits, retirement, health, et cetera, are all within the standards of the rest of the executive team. There is no enhancement there. Allowances, there's a cell phone allowance, which all other executives receive as well. The candidate's notice for termination for resignation would be 120 days. If the board decided to terminate the candidate without notice, it would be 6 months notice or the remainder of the contract, whichever is less. In that case, if the candidate was terminated without cause, the benefit would be 6 months of base pay or the remainder of contract, whichever is less. There are other things listed on the term sheet, but again, those things are standard within the range of the rest of the executive team. The starting salary was arrived at because we did a salary survey, and that is comparable, to other CEOs in the industry and in the region.
Thank you, Pam. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I have 5 in-person public commenters. Truth will be followed by allegedly Audra. Truth, please come to the podium.
Welcome aboard the SANDAG sinking ship and at a decreased salary. My advice, though, escape while you can. Get ready for nothing but political games galore. And if you try it in a negative way while I'm here, it's a guaranteed loss. Some people here couldn't even win a game of checkers, truth be told. In fact, some have been called idiots, although I'm personally too nice to say that. Watch your spending of taxpayer money, because I'll be looking at that. I also advise against conspiracy, the type of which Nora and Joel love to deny, even though SANDAG is an open conspiracy. Also, can you help keep Nora in line when she gets off track and off focus? I can't do this job alone. And it's okay to make mistakes. You just got to remember, real leaders apologize when they realize it. Other than that, good luck. I recommend taking notes like Auditor Courtney does. And lastly, notice the word choice appointment. That means the people had zero choice in the matter. But that's because SANDAG isn't a government, it's an association of business. Regional governance has no room or use for the public's input. But good thing I'm not a member of the public. I'm a private individual and my consent matters. You guys are members of the public. That's why I know how much you get paid. The more you know.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, allegedly Audra, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Mark. And I do have one additional speaker on this item that's virtual.
We shouldn't even be here right now deciding these things, and $385,000 must be nice. But the higher echelons of SANDAG have been involved in corruption. So the very people that are sitting here deciding who the next CEO is are corrupt. And we should be waiting until a full investigation has been done to see everything that needs to be addressed. Because at this point, there's nobody that's going to come in and be able to fix the problems, especially when they're continuing to be hidden. And that's the problem. We protect people like Andre over here, who should be fired because he's also been engaged in all of the things. The FBI's been here. It's like, do you guys want people to have trust in you? That's the problem. We can't, because you don't do things transparently and you continue to try and hide things. When there's an investigation, we fire people for bringing it up. And then we don't mitigate that. And now you expect people to trust your decision in something that is very significant that should be handled in a longer term fashion.
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo.
So because he's doing Agenda 21 and its treason, I think his salary should be zero. In fact, I don't think the CEO should even be chosen by you guys. Here's why.
State, you got a clear glass pitcher, you put it down here and you balance them. You pour them together. What do you have? You got milk. You've balanced your individual rights with the rights of the community, and they have been subsumed into the rights of the community, and you have lost your individual rights. That is what happens when you balance your rights with the rights of the community. Agenda 21 is all for the common good. Now you're going to take that clear glass of water, communitarian, you're a constitutional republic, and balance it with your communitarian state. You got a clear glass pitcher, you put it down here, and you balance them. You pour them together. What do you have? You got milk. You've balanced your individual rights with the rights of the community, and they have been subsumed into the rights of the community, and you have lost your individual rights. That is what happens when you balance your rights with the rights of the community. Agenda 21 is dependent on the Hegelian dialectic, and that says that a crisis is created and a solution is posed, and the balance between the two then becomes the new normal, which is something that you never would have accepted. But now that there's a crisis, then you are forced or pressured to accept this new.
People should.
Oh, I'm sorry, your time expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mike.
Here's hoping to the next person being transparent, like these people here on the board. The chair lady likes to say she is. What else? I'm really not prepared to speak on this because it's just, I feel all of this is for nothing. And we really know what's going on. You guys have no interest and you care not for the people. There are people still in living in National City who are, begging their mayor and their city council, and they have vouchers. They're out of their freaking hotel rooms May 11th, and they have to come back and beg you guys. And it's like this person who's coming on board for 6 months, he'll be getting almost 200,000. Or she will be getting 200,000. It's just, and we can't even take care of our own. There's so many things that are so wrong with all of it. God, best of luck.
Your time expired. Mike, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
$385,000 a year. So if we cut bait with this guy or girl, whoever they're going to identify as, it's going to cost us nearly $200,000, $192,000 for 6 months of that salary. We've gone through one bad decision after another. One of the gentlemen, or I don't know if I can refer to Sean as a gentleman. However, his name's all over this, and yet he's vacant, or his seat is vacant. He's absent. Like, where is he? How does his name get put on this, and he's not even here? It's absolutely mind-blowing to me how you guys get away with the accountability and being able to kick that down the road onto somebody else. Because you guys choose a new person. Sean's gone. Oh, it was Sean's fucking idea to pull this idiot.
Your time has expired. Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, will be followed by the final commenter, Paul the Bold. Blair, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. In getting your procedural house in order for this agenda item, I don't think you explained exactly who exactly was chosen. I think for ourselves to have public comment at this time, it would make a lot more sense to explain first who was chosen, then offer public comment. But I'm hopeful that you guys have chosen someone who, can respect what is just a vitally important issue of having good relations with our border issues and with Mexico and Tijuana. I'm really hopeful in what the decision will be coming up. And that to better clarify my words, not only we can work on ideas of easing hostility, but making decisions that don't harm people. That's an important key to our future as well. And I think I'm hopeful in who this choice will be in those concepts. Thank you.
And the final commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead. You are self-muted.
Sorry, forgot to unmute. The terms and conditions, the notice should be less than 120 days if he resigns for some kind of misbehavior or crime. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. I agree with Audra. You should wait till not only one, but about 4 or 5 scandals are all investigated and the discipline is finished, employees fired. And I agree with Blair that you should announce the candidate's name first before doing all these terms and conditions. I mean, what are you, contract idiot?
Your time expired. That concludes the public comments on this item.
All right. Could you do me a favor and put the motion up, please? So we can have member discussion, so people know what we're discussing. All right, so is there any additional comments, Pam, that you have?
I do not, unless the board has questions.
All right, before I turn over questions, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to accept the appointment of the SANDAG Chief Executive Officer based on the recommendations provided and the designation that was made to both me and the first vice chair and myself. And so the recommendations are before you. So there's a motion so that we can have a discussion.
Second.
Thank you. And I have Councilmember Campillo. Oh, go ahead. I have San Diego B. Yes, ma'am.
We're confused too.
And
Thank
just
you.
for clarification, so that people know the name of the person is not announced until after the discussion is, for the contract is approved. So the way that it works is that we have a discussion on the motion, on the contract, and once the board approves the terms and conditions and authorizes me to execute the employment agreement, then I'm able to announce who the candidate is. That's how it works.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Well, then I just wanted to voice that I'm happy to support the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Sir.
When we interviewed the candidates, the questioning revealed that their identities had been leaked, violating the sanctity of the process. I remain convinced that we need to start the process over again. I'm frustrated beyond words. SANDAG's had a problem in the past of information that should have been public back when we had some financial irregularities back in 2016 that were not revealed to the board or the public. When we had the 125 problem, it should have been revealed to the public and the board much earlier. Yet in this situation, we had information that should have been private and protected, and it was put out to the public. SANDAG has a real issue with regaining the public trust. There's an old saying, when you're in a hole, stop digging. And I think it's time for SANDAG to stop digging. I would make a substitute motion that we reject the contract terms and we go back out and start the process fresh and keep it confidential.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Additional discussion on that item? All right, yes.
Thank you, Chair. As I have maintained during many of our meetings, we have a process where we have not been transparent with the public. And I did want to mention that our closed session item, where I can't discuss the item in detail, the actual item that was given to us as what we were going to be doing, and then what the agenda that was given to the public were two totally different things. And I don't blame the chair for that. I blame our attorney, honestly, because our attorney is supposed to make sure that we are doing the right thing and noticing things properly. They didn't match up. I have a real problem with that. And our attorney did mention that we had been given a different item as of last week. And then yesterday, less than 24 hours before the meeting, everything was a little bit different that was sent out to us. Again, you know, it's not structurally wrong. Because the closed session item was noticed in a certain way. However, if we are to make good decisions, and this whole process, to be honest, has been extremely confusing. There wasn't even a class comp study that was actually given to any of the board members so that we could actually figure out if we, you know, where any of these terms are. And the fact that we are now discussing it, we're supposed to discuss it. I don't even know how I would start to discuss salary or benefits when I don't even have a class comp study that is attached to this agenda item. I mean, like, you can't even, and you know, I've done this process. I've hired 2 city managers in my time on the city council, being that I've been there for 17 years. I am absolutely baffled by all of this. I actually really like the candidate. I think the candidate's a great person. I think the candidate has their heart in the right place. I think they want to be kind to our community. They want our board members to get along with one another. However, I think this process is broken, and agreeing with Mayor Voss, I think the process needs to be started over, because we're never going to have a different result as to what the public thinks if we're not actually, as board members, having confidence in how we've done things. So I think that if our candidate is the right candidate, which our candidate may be, then I believe going back and starting the process over in a transparent way so that all board members feel included in it and not that it's just a select few. And I happen to know that the actual selection committee wasn't given the class comp study either. But I feel that if we were to start it over and it does prove up that our candidate that we have selected is the right candidate, I think then we could definitely, all of us, be completely, as Supervisor Anderson had said, in agreement and able to feel confident that we have made a good decision and that we all can be unified in. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm going to ask Pam Derby. Where's Pam? Pam, do you have the information before you? So when we start this process, how long ago did we start this process?
We started advertising in the first part of January.
Okay, but we agreed to this process, I think it was last year, right? And I don't have the
Yes,
information
in
before me.
October, I believe.
And unfortunately, our human resources executive is out of the country right now as we speak. So I'm unable to call on her to give all the details. Is anybody else here from human resources at the moment? No, okay. All right, so I don't have anybody else here, but so if I remember correctly by memory, this board of directors approved the salary and compensation for this position last year, right? Correct?
Yes.
I'm asking this board. And we voted on it unanimously. And we approved a package. Does everybody remember that? And so this board agreed to a board package for the compensation for this CEO search. This board agreed that as the chair, I would be able to work closely with a subcommittee. If you were a member of the subcommittee, can you tell me who you were? Mayor Pinto, who else? Mayor Krantz, who else was on the subcommittee? Yes, council member? Who else? Katie Melendez, Councilmember Melendez. Oh, and the first vice chair, Sean Elo, was also on that subcommittee. And then we had a very thorough review. We reviewed, how many applications did you receive?
Over 250.
250 applications. Out of those 250 applications, how many applications did you bring forth?
We interviewed approximately 15 candidates at CPS, and then the selection committee decided on 6 candidates that you interviewed in a day-long process, and then you decided on the final 3 finalists that were brought before the full board.
Okay. And then throughout that whole process, we kept going over and over the process where this board agreed, and there was a motion made in the last board meeting where we reminded everyone that both the chair and the vice chair had the authority to negotiate on behalf of this board the salary for the proposed candidate on behalf of the board based on the parameters that you all had proposed. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I'm remembering everything correctly.
I just have a quick question.
Okay.
Are you referring to the closed session?
No, I'm referring to everything that has been in open communication, because everybody's talking about there's no transparency and there hasn't been any accountability. So I'm running through the process with all of you by memory right now, and I'm happy to send out an email on Monday to the public and to all of you so that everybody is clear about how this process has been very transparent and everyone on this board has voted on how this process was going to work. But I feel like there is I need to remind folks about what this process was like. So I'm just trying to run through the chronology of it. Unfortunately, I don't have the documents in front of me. So I'm asking my colleagues who are here to work with me and remind me if I'm missing something as I'm going through the chronology. Yes, Councilmember Shu.
I would also add in that process, it included a
I think the public was invited to give us input as to what to
Absolutely.
look for in a
That's true.
CEO. So I presume, Pam, that was included in the search process as well. So the public
Yeah.
did have some ability
It
to
was.
to reach us. And I think, I know for me, I was open to comments directly towards me from members of my city or anyone else in the public that's interested, knowing that I was a board member. And we've also received some emails. And I must say, I took that process of getting public input, in all sincerity and in my thought process as we did the interviews and reviewed the candidates.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, Chair, can I just add one more thing? So when I, as the mayor of my city, when I have an item coming forward, I actually have my staff do a little bit of background. They go through a few things and it's discussion and kind of background of this item. And then they actually put forward information that helps support in documentation that's actually contained within that. And again, you know, I just looked just a few minutes ago, there is literally nothing under this item. So I would just say that item number 3, again, blank, no substantiating information. So we can go by memory, but I can tell you that
it's on here, right?
I make it very clear that there's information so that people make an informed decision and so that the public actually knows what we're talking about and they know the history of it. I think that's good governance. That's just how I feel. That's how I do it in my city. So I just wanted to let you know how I do things.
So we're gonna bring the
I'm sorry,
summary
I
for
was at-
people so that give me a second, sir.
That was way to speak.
I have a list of folks here. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going through the process. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure. So I'm going through this process. So the reason why there's no background on here is because the item to reject the contract terms and restart the recruitment of the CEO was not the item that was on the agenda, right? The item that was on the agenda was to approve the candidate. You have a right as a board to make any action that you would like to do. The reason why I'm going through the chronology is because there have been some allegations made that there's been no transparency in the process and that there was no discussion about salaries and all of that. So I'm just trying to refresh your memory about what that process was. Staff from SANDAG has just reminded me that there is a document about the appointment of the SANDAG Chief Executive Officer document that was going to be released after the closed session, because that's the process that they usually have, and they're going to share it with people. But this is just documents that all of us have, that everybody should have. It's a summary that I had put together so that the public can have as a result of what they've put together in the past. This is not just for information only. And so anyway, for discussion, the next person is Mayor Krantz.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this substitute motion. I appreciate concerns that Mayor Voss has expressed. I will say, though, that the premise of the motion that the candidates were leaked is, I don't think it's substantiated well. I was approached in public by a friend of one of the candidates who wanted to make sure I knew what a great candidate she was. And I do know that from where I sit, anytime you're pursuing a job, it does pay to be willing to reach out to people that are responsible for making that decision. So I don't fault her for that. But the names of the finalists, I think, were public because of those efforts by the individuals that were applying for those jobs, not because of any failure on part of the agency. So I look forward to getting to the original motion.
Mayor Walsh.
I just want to show support for Mayor Voss's motion. You know, let's look back at history a little bit. Gary Gallegos left SANDAG under a cloud of suspicion and controversy. Hassan has left in the same way, probably worse. We're in a situation now where we've lost all credibility with the public. I think we have any intention of getting that back. There are certain instances where we have an opportunity to try to connect with the public and say, we hear what you're saying. And I think this is one of those instances. If we vote for the candidate that we have, and it's a split vote, and the candidate wins by 1 or 2 votes, or say the weighted vote, we are telling the public that nothing's changed. SANDAG is always going to be mired in controversy, and we're not hearing you. So for that reason, I'm going to be supporting the substitute motion. I think we should go back out and find a candidate that everybody can agree on. I mean, it doesn't have to be unanimous, but it should be pretty close. We're not in a hurry. We've got Colleen. She's doing a great job. I don't see what the big hurry is. I don't think we have to rush into something that's going to damage the credibility of the organization even further.
Councilmember Molina.
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the chronology that you presented. It does jive with my memory, and I didn't hear anybody here saying anything to the contrary. So I do appreciate the chronology, and I do appreciate the responsibility that we have to what has occurred up until this point. There is the process is important here, but it is also important for us to demonstrate that we have followed the process. Trying to add holes here and there, I don't think is helpful, and it is not necessary. Honestly, I think we are at a point where I do feel that we do need to regain the public's trust. And I feel that what we have done up until this point does speak to that. Looking for holes in that process just to look for holes, to me, seems very unnecessary. And so I do appreciate what has happened to date. I do know the public has given their opinion. Just like Mr. Shu here, I have also reached out within my community to members of my community to encourage them to participate. I did receive 1 or 2 comments. If there are members of the public that didn't choose to participate, how am I to control that? So I feel that the process has been defined. It has been followed up until this point, and I think we are responsible for moving forward in the process that we have, exercised up until this point. I will not be in favor of the substitute motion because I don't think it is helpful at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Ms. Darby. So we've heard a couple different potential versions or interpretations, I should say is probably better, regarding the fact that others in our community knew who the final 3 candidates were before board members. So is that your understanding?
What I can tell you is that information is never released from our office. Candidates in California are afforded anonymity until an appointment is made. But I do believe that candidates were sharing their candidacy with others, and that is the way that individuals other than the selection group and then the board, when they became privy, were aware of the candidate names.
Are you aware if any candidates were cold called and contacted by parties in the community that they did not contact and share as you described?
Not that they have shared with me, no.
Do you know who the parties, so your belief here today, you're stating that you're not aware that any candidates were called by any individuals that they did not reach out to and say they were under consideration, and those individuals asked them questions about how they would be as a CEO. You're saying that did not happen?
So I did have a candidate share with me that one of the unions had approached them, and I believe that happened with other candidates as well. But I was not
That was
involved
an
with
unsolicited call from?
Yes, correct.
Are you aware of any other leaks from the process or from our last closed session about what happened to any members of the public?
I am not aware of those. Well, they may have happened. I have not been told specifically what they might be.
I can tell you that I was contacted by members of the public after our last closed session with information that was specific from the closed session, and that it also included representations of things from the closed session that they heard were told to other people that were incorrect. And my problem when that type of leak occurs is I cannot refute it, or I am violating the closed session. So I just have to listen, and then I sit here today unable to share why some of the leaks were false from the closed session, but certainly they had some accurate information because some of the information they said was extremely specific from the closed session. So that's my concern about the process, those two facts. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in regards to the substitute motion. It sounds like there are a few arguments that are being expressed for why the search should continue. I want to say as a member of the subcommittee that the process was very inclusive. There were a variety of opinions, and ultimately the subcommittee put forward for the entire board to interview 3 quality candidates. And with so many applicants, hundreds of applicants, I would imagine that this would be an incredibly difficult process to do without a subcommittee. And the nature of a subcommittee is that a select number of members are chosen to perform that task. You know, we sat in those initial interviews for many, many hours. And although it was a difficult task with a lot of discussion and many hours of interviewing, it was something that I feel was a very inclusive process, even if not every single member was in the room at the time. I know for myself, anytime that I was considering a candidate, I wasn't just considering them for my own sake, I was considering them for the sake of the entire board, right? How would this person work with the board? How would this person be received by the board as a whole? And so I think that the candidates that we put forward that the board interviewed previously were very unifying options. And ultimately, the board did come to an agreement on who would be our next CEO. So were we to begin this process again, I do not see us being able to accomplish that without a subcommittee. And if it is not with a subcommittee, then I'm not sure how we resolve some of these conflicts where some members feel like they are not included. As we are speaking now, all members are included. All members have an opportunity to speak and participate in discussion, which is valuable to our decision making. But when it comes to this substitute motion, I don't think it's founded, and I don't think that the alternative of continuing the search will actually accomplish any more inclusion and greater participation from the members than we've already accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those reasons and the ones stated before, but I do believe that we've had a very transparent and thorough process, and grateful for the committee and the work that we've done. I will be voting no on this item. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote, seeing that there's no other.
I'm sorry, Chair. My thing says that it was received. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just thinking of what Mr. Duncan was thinking or asking, and it occurred to me, was the selected candidate one of the candidates that was contacted by the unions?
I don't recall.
I can answer that question
which
because the candidate answered that question to Mayor Wells, just because Mayor Wells asked that question of all the 3 candidates. Do you remember that, council member?
I remember the question. I don't remember the answer.
Yeah, he answered the question.
Affirmatively.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Just like all the other 2 candidates did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Just to clarify, one candidate, Ray Majored, was not contacted by the unions, the other two were.
I'm sorry, you are not able to mention who the candidates are, sir.
Oh, my apologies. One of the three were not contacted by the unions.
Yeah, so clarification, what I said is that you asked all three candidates. That was what I said. And that's what was my question. Okay? Right? Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. Please vote.
I'll need to call the roll call vote. And so I'm
Oh,
gonna,
okay.
I'm going to ask the board members to register your votes on the clicker if you're present in the room, and also respond verbally to the roll call vote. Councilmember Burkholder,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez? No. Councilmember Duncan,
Yes.
Chairwoman Vargas?
No.
Deputy Mayor Gasterlin? No. Mayor Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Kranz?
No.
Mayor White?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher? Councilmember Shu?
No.
Mayor Vasquez? No. Councilmember Molina?
No.
Deputy Mayor Kime? Mayor Voss?
Yes.
Councilmember Campillo?
No.
Mayor Jones?
Jones, yes.
Mayor Minto?
No.
Deputy Mayor Edson for Solana Beach?
No.
And Deputy Mayor Melendez?
No.
Chairwoman? Is it not registering? We can correct the slide. We have your verbal vote. Yes, ma'am. And that motion fails.
All right. So we'll go back to the original motion. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Burkholder?
Oh, sorry, no.
Councilmember Chavez? Yes. Councilmember Duncan?
No.
Chairwoman Vargas?
Vargas, yes.
Deputy Mayor Gasterlin?
Yes.
Mayor Wells? Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
Mayor White?
No.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Shu?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kime?
No.
Mayor Voss? Councilmember Campillo?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
No.
Mayor Minto?
No.
Deputy Mayor Edson?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Melendez?
Aye.
And that motion passes with 11 yeses.
Right. Thank you. All right, with that, now that the board has approved the terms and conditions and authorized me to execute the employment agreement, I'm pleased to announce that Mario Orso has been appointed as the new CEO of SANDAG. He will start the position on Monday, June 17th. Congratulations to Mario Orso on behalf of the Board of Directors. We extend a warm welcome. We all know you have a huge responsibility ahead leading the agency, and I have no doubt that the board is looking forward to working with you in partnership. We have a huge responsibility ahead leading the agency, and we enter this new chapter to know that you have the board here to work with you. And so I'm going to ask Mario if he has a couple of words to say. I'm going to wait for him to join us.
Hi, you probably know. I'm Mark.
Hello, sir. Hold on. Before you start, I just want to say congratulations. Thank you for going through the process. I think that no one knows SANDAG better than you. You are truly a public servant. You have dedicated yourself to this community for decades. You have done an exceptional job doing so. You were picked amongst hundreds of applicants, and you are a true reflection of this region and someone who we know has integrity, dedication, and commitment to not only this community, but this agency. And I have no doubt that you will lead us with integrity and as you have done before in your previous positions. And I am excited about the work that you will do in collaboration with this board. We are excited about the work that you will do moving forward. And so in my capacity as chair, I am going to do everything that I can to make sure that you succeed. And I have no doubt that my colleagues will do the same. And I am sure the team at SANDAG is going to be looking forward to work with you in partnership so that we can move this agency forward to do the work that we are here to do, which is the work of our constituents. So welcome to SANDAG. Bienvenido.
Thank you. I just want to thank the entire board for this opportunity. I am aware of the magnitude of the responsibilities and the challenges ahead. I do also want to recognize the incredible SANDAG team that you are entrusting me to guide and lead. But what most excites me are the opportunities that lay in front of us ahead. With your guidance, the entire board's guidance and partnerships, this opportunity will be achievable. With my most sincere gratitude, thank you.
So with that, thank you, and we're looking forward to your leadership and expertise, sir. Got a lot of work to do. We're now going to move on to the consent agenda item. We're at 11:25, so if anybody needs to do anything, feel free to go ahead and do that. Tessa, do you have any public comments for the consent agenda?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I do have public comments on consent. This is on the entire agenda, items 4 through 8. I have 7 in-person commenters that I'll start with, and then 2 virtual. Alan C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth.
Is Mario still in the room? He might want to listen to this one. Transnet, we were promised since 1988 for freeways, yet I'm sorry, item 7, Solana Beach is requesting, and it was only approved public transit. I don't see nothing here for roads. I see an MTS logo. I see North County Transit, all these letters for transit, yet where's the roads? We were promised since 1988 roads, yet not 1 penny for road. How many here drove a car today or got dropped off at the trolley station by a private vehicle? If you did not, raise your hand. So we see that the buses do not work in this expanded city. So realize this, you keep pushing busing and all that, it will not take your kids to soccer practice. It will not get you a load of groceries at Costco. It will not do nothing. So knock off the nonsense, start back at what the people decided on back in 88. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by allegedly Audra.
All right, item 4, the minutes should know that people waited 5 hours for that closed session. And also, why are some people's names crossed out? Item 5, note of the mystery multi-million-dollar contract with illegal immigration traffickers, Jewish Family Service. Item 6, unsupervised children and illegal immigrants riding the trolley on the taxpayer dime doesn't count as legitimate ridership, counts as theft. And there's no ridership update on the green or orange line trolleys because SANDAG uses data-driven deception to justify the public transit that Caltrans has only 2% of people use. and that only 19% of people riding find it actually worth paying for. There was only an increase in October because MTS had free ride day. Item 8, SANDAG's data shows most jobs around Mira Mesa, and yet Mira Mesa has been given zero attention. It doesn't even make sense that National City would stay the same because there's more housing planned. This item says SANDAG staff prepares a forecast that allocates population, housing, and jobs, but this technocratic obsession with data will not result in control as hoped because numbers on a screen are not reflective of real human effects. Plus, if SANDAG was wrong before, it's gonna be wrong again. Same with the new CEO. Thank you.
Allegedly, Audra, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Mark and then Lori Robin.
So with Mid-Coast trolley ridership update, just wondering if we're counting the illegals that are being dropped off at Iris and going to, Old Town to then go to the airport. They don't even need an ID. It's crazy. They tell you over the intercom that everybody needs an ID. And then when you ask TSA, they say everybody needs an ID. And then you see them lined up in their own special line and they don't need an ID. And then he said, well, you know who to talk to about that. I don't know. Should it be you guys that we come to? Are you using your data and is it being skewed because all of a sudden we're counting thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegals that are crossing the border that are committing crimes? And again, we've already had a 5-year-old be raped. It's good, right? Should we just continue to go down the same path? I mean, you guys just picked a CEO that shouldn't have been picked today. So, I mean, I'm sure that you're all condoning 5-year-olds being raped because we don't want to do anything about it, right? It's good. As long as it goes in the data and helps you guys, right? It's good. So, yeah, hopefully it's not one of your children.
And your time expired. Mark, please come to the
Just a
podium.
reminder
You'll be
that
followed by-
on comment on consent agenda items, can you please address what item that you're speaking on, please? Thank you.
Mark, I'm speaking on all the consent items.
To oppose the two elements of Agenda 21, and that is smart growth, which is moving populations into concentrated city centers, restricting mobility, and the wildlands. And that is getting people out of rural areas, blocking access to wilderness roads and resources, and shifting land ownership. This is a plan to shift land ownership from private hands to public, to take land out of production. Now, this is the goal, is to move us out of the rural and suburban areas and into the city centers. And you will hear that it's about preserving farmland. It is not. This is not what this plan is about. So what they do is they change your land use documents. Now, your master plan, your comprehensive plan, your general plan, these are the plans that every city, every county, every town, every state, there are some places in the country that don't have them, but most do. And they are pretty much the document, the underlying document that says what your town wants to see, has all the different elements of your town. Your zoning has to be brought into compliance with that. Your zoning may not match up with your general plan or your master plan. It needs to be brought into compliance with it. People will not know this until they go in to develop their property. You walk in, you say, hey, I'm in the center of town, I'm zone C2 commercial, I want to put up a little strip center there. Well, no, because in the general plan, in the master plan, you are shown as transit village.
She knew all this over 50
On your
years
time
ago. It's
expired.
what you guys do.
Lori Robin, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo and then Mike.
Right now, SANDAG has a chance to achieve your 2025 vision by moving the tracks inland. The coastal rail line is failing us. Rising seas, falling cliffs, and outdated infrastructure offer limited service. Meanwhile, you propose spending billions to keep it running while millions continue to drive. Moving the tracks, you get new electric trains which replace diesel engines, convenient park and ride options with an airport connection, new high-speed freight, more bike paths with rails to trails. Let's get all aboard and invest in a solution that supports SANDAG's vision. Move the tracks inland.
Thank you. Our next commenter, Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mike and then Paul the Bold and the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
So Dystopiaville, San Diego, where our public servants at SANDAG paid $17 million for 16 buses that hardly anyone in the county even use. They have no money for the ones in need, yet they have plenty when it comes to fulfilling an agenda. It's our money, all of it. Our county is crumbling. Get involved, San Diego. It is truly up to us, the few, but all of us. And just wanted to remind anybody listening out there, if you truly knew the magnitude of your power, you wouldn't be scared of shit.
Mike, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Paul the Bold and the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
Satisfy the chair, item 7. So we're trying to extend and trying to provide some more funding for some more of these projects that are going on all throughout the coast. My city of Encinitas, we had a bicyclist die the St. Patrick's Day night. His name was Ryan Curry. He was killed within the protected bike lane that comes into Cardiff on the south end, northbound on 101. The photograph and the scene would suggest that he was hit from behind by another vehicle, and somehow, some way, we're not out here looking for a vehicle with front end damage. Like now you guys want more money to put more protected bike lanes that ultimately kill people. I mean, it's like, welcome to Encinitas, arrive on your e-bike, leave in a medical examiner's van. That's what Ryan.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
Number 7, Paul the Bold. I'm not sure how the Transnet funding eligibility request can be approved when the books were cooked and the responsible party is the one asking for more funds. Andre should have been fired. He should be fired, not allowed to spread his brand of evil, and a lot of other people ought to be fired too. And since the transit tax has only 7% for roads and 87% for loosely defined crap, we do not know what the money will be spent on. I think it's another bureaucratic move based on incomplete data. Mid-Coast Trolley Ridership Update. One chart says 73,000 a day, 2.1 million for February. The other says there were 413,000 riders in February. It doesn't make sense. Luby.
And your time expired. Final commenter on this item, Blair Beekman. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman. About the report on trolley mid-county trolley issues. Thanks for the previous public comment. As beautiful as having the train along the coastline is, to consider it inland seems important at this time and for our future. Good luck in the debate that will take place on the subject. And there is a CEO report on some monetary budget items. Thank you for the work of the interim CEO. I think she did a good job. Good luck that we have to be addressing Brown Act issues at this time. Brown Act can be a real stickler. Good luck how we can, I don't know, work well with Brown Act things. And to also note, to conclude, thank you for the concepts of accountability, that we can work on accountability in our future memos and agendas. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes, Chair. I have comments to make on consent item number 8, but I do not need to pull them. The draft series 15 growth forecast predicts slow population growth for San Diego County and then eventual decline. But this is not the whole picture. I mentioned at Transportation Committee last week that the data SANDAG uses to guide its planning often does not fully capture the growth in the border region. because it doesn't account for the thousands and thousands of people who cross the border every day and drive on our freeways and roads and take our buses and trolleys. For instance, looking at the Series 15 forecast alone, this board would see that by 2050, our whole county will only add about 113,000 residents. This might suggest to some on the board that there's no need to invest in transportation improvements given such soft population growth. But if you widen the view of our region and look at what's happening in Baja California, the conclusion is just much more different. I was Googling around to find population projections for Baja California, and I found a 2019 paper in the Journal of Integrated Coastal Zone Management, which modeled population growth for Mexican coastal states. The author found that by 2050, there will be about 1 million more residents in Baja California than in 2020. How many of these 1 million new residents of Baja California will use San Diego transportation systems? I would think a lot of them. Many of these new residents will be American citizens that live in Tijuana and cross the border to work in the United States. And like the thousands of people who cross the border to get to their job just this morning. We're not in Kansas, where the nearest international border is hundreds of miles away. We're a border region and the home of the busiest land port of entry in the world. And if we want to make smart investment decisions in our transportation infrastructure, we must incorporate the border region into our analysis. We cannot base our transportation investment on a growth forecast of only 113 additional residents of San Diego County by 2050, while ignoring the 1 million new residents of Baja California. If we do so, we will be blind to where the lion's share of growth is occurring in our region. And so with that, that does conclude my comments, and I'm willing to move the consent agenda if necessary.
So I appreciate those comments, and I wanted to ask our Colleen about this and how do we integrate that? Because actually Ray came and gave a wonderful presentation to my team that I think any of you board members who are interested in all of this data is actually available to you and your councils and your city managers. And the projection data for 2050 specifically for District 1, which is the southern part of the County of San Diego, is that nearly 80,000 new residents are going to be increased just in District 1 alone, which is about 30,000 residents in the rest. And so that by 2025, 71% of the region's population growth will be in District 1. That's not, and to your point, we are not including the border region, and I think that's extremely important. And so as we're thinking about housing, as we're thinking about mobility, and we're thinking about, you know, the impacts of climate, et cetera, all of this in our regional plan has to be included. So how do we make sure that when we're looking at the data and the equity component is also part of this? Because I also had my colleague, County Supervisor Monica Montgomery, and I had a conversation about this as a conversation that they had at the Transportation Committee, where she was concerned about some of the data that was not made available.
So yes, if I may share, and then if we have some additional follow-up questions, I think we know that it's the size, the number of people who cross the border every day is the size of larger than many of our cities in this region. So it is substantial. We know the growth is substantial on the other side of the border. We are doing our best to try to figure out how to get the most robust data to help inform our planning. Right now, we're initiating some surveys to get that work. We are working closely with the city of Tijuana to see if that's something that we can also get with them. So we recognize this. We are a binational region. We understand the commerce that goes back and forth. We understand that there's more affordable housing on the other side of the border, and we see people crossing every day. So this is really important. I know that this was discussed at the Transportation Committee last week. Our team right now is looking at how to begin to incorporate that. So we can bring that back to you in the future.
So, but I'm going to ask to take it a little bit step further. And I know that there's a lot of sort of mumbling in the back right now, but I think it's extremely important that we start looking at it for what it is, right? I've mentioned this before. There's 135,000 people that cross the border every day that are U.S. citizens and legal residents of the United States. They cannot live in the United States because they can't afford to live here because it's so expensive, right? And so they're living, sir? So all of us are doing what we can from our housing component, but we need to make sure that we're addressing that. And that needs to be a component so that it's not, oh, there's these Mexicans who are coming to back and forth and they're trying to, no, that's not what it is. It's U.S. citizens who are, and it's not just Latino U.S. citizens, it's African-American U.S. citizens, AAPI U.S. citizens, white U.S. citizens who are living in Tijuana, who have to live there because they can't afford to live in Carlsbad. They can't afford to live in San Marcos. They can't afford to live in Chula Vista. They can't afford to live in our county. And so we need that data so that we are able to think about what that looks like for when we look at the binational mega region. We're talking about it from that lens, and we're looking at transportation and mobility so that they can get to the jobs that they need to get to. And we're going to continue to fight on this side of the border as well, through our arena numbers policy that we want to look at so that we can continue to build and do what we need to do so that people can live and work on this side of the border as well. So with that, let me turn it over to, did you have another item? Council member? No, okay. I think can you make sure Tessa, can you make sure that San Diego's A is also on? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to pull item 6. I have some.
Okay. All right. Any additional items on the consent? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
So on the remainder of the
Minus item six.
consent,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Agenda, items 4, 5, 7, and 8. Councilmember Burkholder,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Chairwoman Vargas,
Vargas, aye.
Deputy Mayor Gasterlin,
Yes.
Mayor Wells,
Yes.
Mayor Carnes,
Yes.
Mayor White,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Shu,
Aye.
Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kime, Mayor Voss,
Yes.
Councilmember
Moreno, yes.
Mayor Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Minto,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hebner,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And just as a reminder to my colleagues, we are voting, we're taking roll because Councilmember Melendez is online. Okay, so, and we're gonna check on these to make sure that they're working soon. Thank you. All right, so item number 6, Councilmember Burkholder.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, staff, for the very abbreviated 2-page report on the Blue Line performance since the pandemic, when society shut down and everyone was ordered to stay home because of that pesky virus. It's great to see now that society has tried to return to some normalcy, and the ridership has gone up since then, although far from where the ridership was prior to the pandemic shutdown. Unfortunately, I think the 2-page report missed the mark. If you watch my recommended comments from our September 8th, 2023 meeting, you will hear that my request objective was to determine user trends, which are critically important in planning our future regional plan. Basically, what are people using and why aren't they using it? What we've seen in our city is a huge increase in biking, walking, and carpooling. Unfortunately, fixed route transit throughout our city has not been doing well over the last 10 years, and we want to explore equitable ways to serve the transit deserts in our community. So in the interest of an effective 2025 regional planning effort, I request a motion for a staff report on how the new extension segment is performing relative to the overall blue line and the blue line segment between downtown and San Diego's southern border, including how is the project meeting, I actually have this written down too. How is the project meeting the project performance objectives and goals, include onboarding and offboarding information, and to show what segments and stops are in demand and where to focus future improvements and maintenance. And then how has the ridership of the overall blue line over the last 10 years and comparing ridership of the new mid-coast extension against the very popular southern portion, which we know is being utilized. Thank you, Chair, for indulging me, and I probably need a second.
Sure, go ahead, Colleen.
Yes. Thank you, council member. I know this is something that's been important to you. I know you met with the team this week so they could answer some of the questions, and some of the data you're asking for, we frankly don't have. We have the same questions you have about a lot of this. So I think that's the truth about this. We want to continue to track ridership, learn what we can from it, because these are really important investments in the region. I don't know, Dr. Burke, was there anything I left out that you want to respond to?
No, we did have a really great conversation, and we took the original request very literally of looking at the mid-coast ridership, which is why we provided this update here. As mentioned in the report, we do an annual State of the Commute report that goes up through ITALC into the Transportation Committee that we'll be updating. That's on our open data portal, so it has a lot more of that historical data. We are also doing an onboard survey right now that provides more information about people riding transit and why, and also are doing yesterday, Connor presented about a new dashboard we're going to be putting on the open data portal. So we're very committed to getting the data out there and supporting the information needs that you all have to make the data-driven decisions. And Brian Lane is in our planning department and is an expert on the statistics we get from MTS and NCTD. Connor's in our applied research division, so he can, they're happy to answer any other questions about the statistics that we have and what we will have in the near future.
I have a question. Sorry, council member, are you trying to get a report with all the information put together?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll second that motion then.
Okay. Do you need a motion to get a report?
Well,
I don't think you
Chair,
need a
I
motion.
thought because I'm changing the consent item a little bit, maybe we should have to do that. I don't know.
Okay, let me ask, do we need an actual?
Not on this one. Do we need an action? We don't need an action on this item.
The item as agendized doesn't presuppose any action. However, I think that the request is within what has been agendized in the scope
so
of the
you can
item,
just
so the
left it
motion's
in.
in order.
So, is that what you just asked? Sorry, people were talking. Okay.
I'm happy to second her motion.
Okay, she already seconded.
I'm happy to second your second and call for the vote.
Yeah. Jesus. Okay.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm also in support of the motion. That's great. But in terms of data, there's some data that MTS had produced some time ago, which I think should be entered into the picture, as well as a issue of equity. As we know, the Mid-Coast Trolley, this was a great project of SANDAG, but it goes through the richest real estate in this county, as I mentioned before. But there's also a question of cost recovery. And what's interesting to me is I knew from the old data, and probably more so now, the blue line south of Interstate 8 has the greatest cost recovery of probably most any transit line, maybe in the country, certainly the most in our region. So to me, it's very ironic that the greatest cost recovery is from the poorest part of our county, not the wealthiest part of the county. So when we deal with things like land value capture, we should be thinking about how the rest of the system going through the richest part of our county should have a greater cost recovery. At this point, we just need information, and I don't think that information is being provided to us very well as ridership and all the other things that Brooke Roder had brought up. So I hope Dr. Burke, there's gives you more work to do. But thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, please call the roll.
Thank you. And I would like to state for the record that the motion on the balance of the consent agenda passed unanimously. And on item number 6, the motion made by Councilmember Burkholder and seconded by Mayor Jones. Councilmember Burkholder.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan.
Yes.
Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas, yes.
Deputy Mayor Gasterlin.
Yes.
Mayor Wells.
Yes.
Mayor Kranz.
Yes.
Mayor White.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Shu.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Molina.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Keim. Mayor Voss.
Yes.
City of San Diego, Councilmember Moreno.
Moreno, yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Second Vice Chair Hebner. Mayor Minto.
Here.
And Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 9, management response to SR 125 OIPA investigative report. I am going to go ahead and ask Colleen to go ahead and present the report, and then we're going to go ahead and take public comment and then member comment. Okay, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to start off by saying it's been my honor to serve as your interim CEO, and I look forward in helping Mario in whatever way possible in a very smooth transition. I've really spent the last several months learning a tremendous amount and working very hard to set the agency up for the next CEO. So with that, I am here to present to you the management response to the investigation that OIPA performed on State Route 125. And we were prepared to give this report at your special meeting on March 29th. There wasn't enough time to do that. I have to say that on March 29th, there were a lot of strong comments made by this board about SANDAG staff. And I have to also say that it is extremely hard to hear those kinds of words about more than 300 dedicated public servants who come to work every day, who care about the 3.1 million people that call this region home and their residents here too. So I have just been so impressed with the pride and passion in which these public servants serve and how much they care about the region and making sure that everyone in this region benefits from the investments that are being made. With that said, as your interim CEO, I fully understand ensuring the public's trust is paramount, and there are things here that need to change. When I took on this interim assignment, I immediately took steps to make changes, really focusing our work plan on those things that you all said were most important. We had places where we had people assigned who maybe did not have the skill sets to take on those assignments, and we've made those changes. Really working hard to hold our consultants accountable. And more needs to be done in terms of how we hold ourselves as a team, as a staff team, accountable for our actions. I brought forward to you in my regular reports areas where we have concerns and probably more closed session items than you've seen in the past so that I can advise you of potential litigation, of areas of concern for the agency. With that said, on Monday, April 8th, I did provide our management response to the investigation to OIPA. We agreed with the findings and we agreed with all of the recommendations that were presented. And after a close review of that and what our report presents to you is that there was a general breakdown in the process, a lack of support from management to our project managers, a lack of staff expertise to manage aspects of the program, a lack of consultant oversight, and again, a general just sort of lack of accountability. And many of the questions you have asked, those are the answers that I want to. We have a plan to fix what is broken. So far, it won't be easy. We've already started to implement many of those steps. I think what I found is that as we continue to look into this, it reveals more and more and additional things that need to be addressed and additional things that need to be fixed. And these are things that really go agency-wide. How do we make sure that we're informing the board in a timely manner? How do we make sure that we're being accountable? When we're looking at assignments, the CEO's responsibility to the board, but we also have a dotted line from the CFO to the board and a dotted line from legal counsel to the board. And sometimes with that, there's not a lot of clarity in exactly who is responsible for what. And that is something that needs to change. So I think many of you have been asking kind of what's the story? What happened? And while I believe in looking back on all of this, that people were making the best decisions with the information that they had, that didn't work. There were a lack of clear policies and procedures on how to address issues. Again, often we didn't have the technical expertise in place to be overseeing a lot of what was happening in the toll operations. And honestly, I think there's a culture at SANDAG to make things work no matter how hard it is. You just keep believing we're going to make this work, we're going to make this work, we're going to make this work. And it was no secret that the ETAN system was not working. There were bugs that were constantly being worked through. We had staff throughout the agency, the customer service representatives at the toll operations center. We had accountants doing all kinds of workarounds to get the information that we needed to sort of keep it together. We had the basic system in place, but a lot of the other things that were expected of the system weren't there. I think we worked with the consultants, we worked with ETAN, and ETAN assured us, we're going to fix this, we'll get it right. And it wasn't until late in the summer that we heard from ETAN, what you need out of this program from a finance perspective, we're never going to be able to deliver on that. And so it was that point, which was really late in the process, and we probably should have recognized that sooner, that we came to you and shared the information. I think we have policies and procedures in place for how the CEO can keep the board informed. Those probably need to be tightened. And recognizing what level of interest the board has in hearing about things sooner. So there's things that we're already starting to do along those lines. You've asked for regular reports on sole sources, regular reports on any contracts we have over $5 million or more. At your second meeting in May, we will be doing our first quarterly report on all big projects, identifying where we are in milestones. That will be this, that will be all the major capital projects that we're working on for all of you. So providing that quarterly update so that you can see and you can ask questions. I know this is a very complicated agency. There are so many things we do that touch all parts of the region, and trying to stay on top of all of that. And I know for many of you, this is your second, third, or maybe even fourth job. So our job is to be as transparent as possible with all of you and making sure you're aware of where things are. There are just 3 points that I really want to clarify. First, I want to make it very clear that I was aware that the ETAN system was not perfect and that we were working through bugs to get it fixed. And that was no secret around the agency. Everyone knew that, and we all knew we were working to try to get it right. Again, it wasn't until we heard from the consultants over the summer they would not be able to get the financial reporting that we needed in order to do our financial reports, that then we brought that to you and then backed ourselves into a corner where then we needed to do a sole source to get a consultant who can actually do the work that needs to be done so we can do our financial reporting. Second, the OIPA investigation and our independent auditor, Fagan, and our own internal review confirmed that this is a general ledger problem. So the 45,000 accounts being wrong, that's not customers being charged wrong. It's the customer charges not matching up with what's coming out of the ETAN system into our general ledger. That's not to say there haven't been erroneous charges. It's just not widespread. We've seen isolated instances, and in all of those cases that have been brought to our attention, we have been able to rectify those. Third, I've heard directly from many of you about your concerns about revenue losses. And I just want to know, I share those concerns. And we do have remedies in place to bring back those funds, to restore those funds. And that's something we can talk about in the closed session. Lastly, just because I know many staff are listening, there was a general breakdown in the system, multiple decisions that could have and should have been better throughout the process. Ultimately, it comes down to accountability, and the executive leadership team needs to set the agency up for success, and there were breakdowns there. So what we are doing, I've mentioned things that we will bring forward to you. We have a number of things in progress. The really tough work is ahead, and I think the cultural shift to identify issues sooner is really important, and that's going to be a change. A true culture of accountability, again, that's part of the change that needs to happen. Clarity on who has a responsibility of what decisions are being made and when things need to be reported to the board. And I just want to wrap up by saying that at the end of the day, I think this is about accountability. We do have a plan before you to fix what we know was broken at this point in time. There's more to do. And I would greatly appreciate your support and partnership in really making that happen. So with that, I will wrap up and turn it back to the chairwoman.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public for public comment.
Thank you. On item 9, I have 5 in-person commenters and 3 virtual. Alan C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth.
Actually, it's your PowerPoint. Restore public trust. As you can see there, public trust is gone. You've got all these PowerPoints in your email. This is actually your own documents. And here you said we got 45,000 drivers mischarged on the toll 125. How many got mischarged? 15? We don't know. History of 125 failure. Toll operator files for Chapter 11 because nobody's using that toll. They're taking side streets. They're driving by schools, endangering children. SANDAG bought it with Transnet funds. Transnet, which promised freeways. So you used Transnet funds to buy that road, yet you didn't stop the toll. 265 million was not spent on 805 because we had 125. There again, Transnet, you failed. You failed not delivering, expanding the freeways. By not expanding the freeways, we now got a parking lot of smog, cars just sitting there idling. Fix this now, restore public trust. I yield back.
Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by allegedly Audra and then Mark.
When management responds, which will be a public document, they should be responding by April 8th.
April 8th, management, you failed again. You didn't even fix the typos on page 82. Colleen, there can't be a culture of accountability when there's currently one of delusion. HNTB needs to be a focus because Mark Weber is one of those behind the new sales tax. And Fagan, who said Eton system is great, belongs to the IBTTA, which is sponsored by WSP, CAPS, Deloitte, A2B, and HNTB. Sounds like a conflict of interest. How many people didn't report anything to Hassan or Nora? Or did they actually report and it just didn't go anywhere? How else was Eton, Fagan, and HNTB able to collect hundreds of million-dollar checks for 3 years while delivering nothing but lies? Is it because somebody was secretly profiting? Was the toll collection stopped in 2020 in order to give Eton and CAPS time? Why from August to October of last year, no rep was told that Eton admitted they failed? Why does the evaluation criteria prioritize planning and performance? Hundreds of millions has been wasted of people's money. That's why I say not one penny more.
Your time expired. Allegedly Audra, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark, then Consuelo.
A continued pattern of minimizing issues, this response dismisses serious concerns when it was known by Andre and who else? No accountability, a bunch of excuses, false promises, blame Hassan. More of the same. Andre, you fired a whistleblower when you didn't have the guts to admit your own mistakes. And now you get crafty with words and don't address why the issues were ignored and kept from the board. This is the management power machine that rules through fear. Whistleblowers get fired and no action. What message does this send to staff? No integrity, no ethics, a toxic culture of speaking up and getting fired. The board is not protecting whistleblowers. Who knew what and when? Andre clearly didn't do his job based on this report, and he gets to continue collecting a paycheck through June. How many millions of dollars has already cost the taxpayers for Andre not doing his job? 32 million for a new toll system is a start. Andre, when you decide it is convenient for you to leave, you are leaving the agency in financial chaos with lack of adequate controls and under a federal criminal investigation, accountability, and then the public can take the board seriously. That just went live. I'm on a show. So good. You guys are, yeah.
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo, then Paul the Bold.
Mark, on top of the fact that it's ludicrous that you're actually making people pay for roads that were built with our money, our taxes for us. That's ludicrous in the first place. And the fact that there's any corruption, that there was any breakdown is just absurd. I mean, you guys have assistants for your assistants. And everybody gets paid reasonably well. You guys get paid unbelievably well. And that this wasn't overseen, that you're acting like, oh, well, there was a big problem, but we're going to make up for it. We're going to make it not happen again. The fact that it ever happened is just absolute corruption. It's absurd. The amount of money our money that's being spent so you guys can completely screw up. And even if it had run perfectly, it's just a scam to steal our money and not pay for our transportation for us to use for free, like we originally pay for with our taxes. But you couldn't even.
Your time has expired.
Correctly.
Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Paul the Bold, then Eric Christian, and our last speaker, Blair Bakeman.
No more negotiating. The people have been lied to, manipulated, coerced, gaslit, deceived, and misled in every single way imaginable. Whomever believes this system can work is still very lost and continues to be deceived. This system was designed this way. SANDAG does not work for the hardworking citizens of the county. Let's be real. This may be extreme to some, but this whole system was designed to enslave humanity, designed to keep us separate, divide and conquer. We see that especially here at SANDAG. SANDAG has already created their own reputation. Trust has been lost by this corporation for a while now and will never return. The people have been burned too many times. I urge you, San Diego, get involved and get involved now. Stop following activists on social media who do absolutely nothing but get a thrill off of having thousands of followers. Get involved. You don't need representation. You need to represent yourself.
Commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead. You'll be followed by Eric Kristen and the last commenter, Blair Beekman.
All about, thank you. We know management's basic position. See nothing, hear nothing, say nothing, except they have a plan. They failed to present it on time, and I hope it has its response to the FBI ready as well. Management has the nerve to say, quote, we were aware of isolated instances of customers being mischarged, which we addressed as soon as we were made aware. However, based on the information we have at this time, it appears that the software failures are primarily a general ledger issue and not a customer account issue, unquote. Stop the distortion. This whole thing, the lawsuit, the board discussion, the investigation, was based on way more than 100 bad records, and who cares what ledger if the result causes harm to someone? Another reason why management needs to resign or be fired. It is
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Eric Kristen, please go ahead. You'll be followed by the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
Eric Kristen with the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. In November, voters are going to be asked to approve a half-cent sales tax that big labor special interest who control the majority of this board had placed on the ballot. A half-cent sales tax. Why would big labor special interest push this? Because this board gave them, a majority of them gave them a project labor agreement, which excludes the 90% of the local construction workforce that's union free in this county from being able to work on SANDAG projects. So they want to get more money for their projects at increased costs. Voters need to vote no on this tax increase come November. If not, watching these board meetings and the incompetent manner in which they're run, starting with the board chair, the incompetent at best and corrupt manner in which staff engages in its business, if that isn't enough for you to convince that these people don't need any more money, then the fact that they put a discriminatory monopolistic PLA on all their construction work should. Vote no on any sales tax increase in November. Thank you.
Our final commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for this item. Not just with this particular issue, but throughout San Diego County, we're dealing a lot with corruption issues and just mismanagement issues. I hope it's coming to a focus and to a point that we are wanting to work on better accountability practices overall within the county. And good luck in your efforts in what you could be doing in this item to move towards accountability. Thank you that you're questioning if you should have toll road at all for this item. And again, to offer with Brown Act issues, it can be a real stickler. We're trying to develop ideas of better open communication, accountability, and dialogue. Brown Act things can inhibit that a bit. Good luck how we work through that. And there are good suggestions today about the future of agenda items. I hope we really want to work towards better and better accountability ideas. It's a good thing to work towards, and we should take joy in it. Thanks.
That concludes the public comments.
So because both items are information items, and I'll give the public an opportunity to also speak, I want to make sure that I'm going to ask Courtney to come up and provide her feedback on management's response. And then members we'll have a discussion on this together.
Good afternoon. I'm Courtney Ruby. I am the Independent Performance Auditor. My role is to provide independent oversight over SANDAG operations in accordance with California Assembly Bill 805 and Board Policy 39. On Monday, last Monday, we received management's timely response to OIPA's investigation and recommendations, and included taking full responsibility for the failures in toll operation system. On Wednesday, management also provided additional documentation in relation to a discussion memo, project history, timeline, and answers to the board's questions. We reviewed that document and we identified areas in management's response that were inconsistent with SR 125's investigation findings, which required further clarification or information from management. The areas were primarily related to two key questions posed to management. Why wasn't the board made aware? And why wasn't an RFP prepared? And for the public, an RFP is a request for proposal. So we structured a memo to highlight key questions for the board to consider during your discussion today. These questions were developed to identify the inconsistencies in management's response or important matters that required further clarification. And I am available for any questions as you discuss the matter today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you both to Courtney and to Colleen and her team for responding. And they did respond in a timely manner on April 8th. And I know that we ended up having to move the information up. It is, troublesome that despite the the requests, there's still a lot of questions that are unanswered. And so for me, I think I want to make sure I understand that there are some questions that we must take in closed session, et cetera. However, I think that there are some, having been an executive for 25 years and worked with many boards, including having been a board member of entities like CalSTRS, where there was $285 billion, and we were very clear about what our roles were and how management reported to us. I am deeply concerned about how the reporting goes back to this board, right? And so, you know, over and over we hear about that. And so, Colleen, if you can just share with us, I think for me, I think it's, if you think about the procurement timeline of approximately 8 months to conduct an RFP solicitation, as it was stated in the management role source, really, why did we not conduct it? And we go back and forth on this, but why wasn't it conducted? And then once the obligations were not met, you know, we keep going back and forth on this. The information of the why not give the update to the board is, I think, the part that I am really concerned in. Why is that response not very clear in the management's response to the auditor?
So I think what I shared is that we've always had this culture of like, we'll fix it. We'll get it right. And that was a mistake that was made, that we believed we could get it right at some point in time. And then we get to a place where we back ourselves into a corner, and then we have to do a sole source. I think as I've continued to look into this, I've found out more and more. I don't know why we did not initiate an RFP process, or at least even get the paperwork ready to do an RFP, knowing that at some point in time, we would need an improved system regardless. As we brought in Otay Mesa East, we knew that we would need a more robust back office system. Some of the information I've been able to gather is we are working very hard to not have ETAN quit on us, because it was a system that the bare bones were working, and we had some workarounds there. At the end of the day, I want the same question answered that you have. I want that same question answered, and that's why I appreciate that we have OIPA looking into that from an independent perspective, and whatever information I can help provide in that, I am here to do that.
Okay. Well, I don't think it answers the question, but so you're saying you don't have the answer.
Yeah.
So it's to me, it's a bit of it's concerning, right? Because an executive team is there to help the CAO run through any challenges that you may have, so that you can together identify what the problem is, what the solutions are. And even when Fagan Consulting found the discrepancies and emailed the CFO up until July 2022, right? I don't know what the staff members were that had the potential failures that were outlined in the report. And when that happened, who was in the room, who knew about it, what were the discussions? And then who made the decision, well, we're going to figure it out?
Ultimately, that was the CEO that made the decision. CEO had a meeting with the CEO of ETAN, and they made an agreement that they were going to continue to work on this. Now, were there other responsibilities that maybe others had in reporting? I think that's one of the questions that remains in my mind. And this comes back to what is our culture of accountability to the board and to the roles that we hold at the agency. So like you're saying, I don't have the answers. These are things that, as we continue to look at this, we find more and more, and these are things that need to be addressed throughout the agency.
And so I'm just going to ask point back, but shouldn't somebody be held accountable for this?
Yes. Yes,
And so who is being held accountable for this?
we can talk about some of that in closed session.
All right.
We don't talk about ultimately at this point, it's me. I'm your interim CEO.
Okay. Councilmember Moreno?
I remain disappointed in the answers that we've received so far. I think management's response are simply inadequate. There's no acknowledgement of the findings and conclusions of the investigation, and the management response simply agrees with the investigation. This is troubling because many of the conclusions raise real questions about our ongoing strategies to deal with tolling on the 125. On page 16 of the investigative report, the independent auditor stated that it may be impossible to overcome existing system limitations, which suggests that management's current approach is likely to fail. Aside from the tolling problem on the 125 itself, this investigative report raises major questions about the financial practice and contract procurement and supervision at SANDAG. Most importantly, the investigative report and the response to this, it raises concerns about the honesty of our executive team. It really does. And I'm not talking to the 300 employees, I'm talking to the executive team. I want to make that very clear. My hope is that the independent investigation supervised by OIPA will find out who knew what and where, and what decisions were made, and who made them as well. Ultimately, it's my intention as a board member to find out the truth of what happened and to hold all responsible parties accountable. The answers by the management team, they don't say on paper, I don't know the answer. And so that's where I'm having some issues. I have the same questions, and 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this document, it's a living document. And this meeting is a living meeting, right? It's going to be in the web somewhere. So I continue to ask the executive team if Fagan recommended immediately moving forward with a new back office procurement, and the CFO in writing in July 2022 said they would bring such an item to the board, why did management not move forward with the RFP immediately in July 2022 or in the months after? Your response, Colleen, to that is you don't know why?
I don't know why.
Okay. On page 3 and 4 of her analysis, the independent auditor suggests that management's response is inaccurate about the reasons given for delaying procurement of a back office system. In particular, the management response didn't accurately convey that advice SANDAG received from Fagan, nor did it accurately explain the role of the Otay Mesa Port of Entry completion played in the procurement timeline. Once again, to the executive team, why was the management response inaccurate? Was that a mistake, or was it a deliberate attempt to mislead the board?
There was never a deliberate attempt to mislead the board. I think there were risks taken that were probably not the right risks to be taken at the time. And in my review, there was a constant kind of cost benefit analysis being done. We have something in place. Is it worth the risk to just keep it? And those were decisions that were made to just keep plugging along.
Okay. On page 7 of her analysis, the independent auditor explains that the justification for the sole source contract with Deloitte and A2B presented to the board in January of this year was most likely inaccurate. And I want to know, does management stand behind the accuracy of the sole source justification form that was completed?
We do stand behind that.
Okay. Well, as I stated in the beginning, I remain extremely disappointed, and I'm looking forward to OIPA's audit. So thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. And unfortunately, it seems like we're all going to be repetitive in our questions and chanting in the same voice and with the same information that we were given. We 1000% have to work forward to regaining the public trust. And I just want to just mention it off the top of my comments that I do encourage the retirement of the debt as soon as possible. But I do want to highlight how much good work and how much hardworking people, how much great staff we have at SANDAG. I don't want them to feel attacked in any way, shape, or form. We have so many good people working here too. I want to thank staff for their swift response and willingness to incorporate the OIPA recommendations into the action plan for the SR 125. I do have a few questions related to the RFP, and I would like for them to be answered at the very end because I think some of them are going to be repetitive in different words. In attachment 5 to item 9 today, response to board questions on page 4, the report states there was also a general expectation and assurances that ETAN would be able to resolve the issues, and the July 2022 report from Fagan Consulting LLC, a tolling industry expert who had conducted the SR 125 toll operational risk assessment for SANDAG, confirmed this understanding. In the OIPA report we received March 29th on page 18, it states, in June 2022, Fagan briefed and recommended to members of SANDAG senior executive management to begin researching alternative procurement options due to significant concerns with ETAN. Shortly after this briefing, SANDAG CFO communicated to Fagan in an email, it was really determined that we need to move away from ETAN. So we need to take an item to our board of SANDAG board of directors sooner rather than later so that we can get the team moving in a direction to prepare a new tolling RFP. How did the perception shift from an urgent need to replace ETAN on June 2022 to a more optimistic outlook in July 2022? Additionally, staff explored creating a new back office system for Otay Mesa East and then transitioning our existing toll systems to the new system. When the Otay Mesa East opening was delayed, staff delayed their efforts to find the back office system. Why was the future project prioritized over the 2 existing toll operations? Bless you. Why did staff choose not to transition existing systems and then when Otay Mesa East comes online, just add Otay to the new system? Why did staff wait 16 months to notify this board of any system challenges, which you have already mentioned? And there was plenty of time to do a new RFP and proceed with open process. Why was this board brought a sole source contract instead of an RFP? Given the challenges in evaluating ETAN's capability to deliver on its contract, what assurances do we have as a board now that the 2 firms selected in the sole source can deliver the contract requirements? And additionally, I would like to have a few questions. I know it's repetitive, but we all have the same questions, and I think we're looking for different answers in the same questions. But if you want to go ahead before I continue to answer anything. I have questions regarding the 64-36 split for the SR 125 and the I-15. We have been consistently told by staff that there is complete separation between the 2 funds. However, in the OIPA report we received on March 29th on page 9, we were informed that when requested, no documentation could be provided to support how the allocation percentage was determined. In the staff response, staff claimed that they were able to provide OIPA with the documentation after some time and that the difficulty was due to staff turnover. Yet in OIPA reports we have received today on page 9, the finance manager is quoted, "Unfortunately, we have not been able to pull up any clear documentation on this. We should not keep going back and forth on whether or not this documentation exists. If there is documentation, in the interest of transparency and this board being able to effectively govern this agency, those documents should be shared with the board and with the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Shu?
Thank you, Chair. I think, first of all, we're extremely fortunate to have an independent auditor's position at SANDAG, and of course, one that is very good at what she does. So thank you. And I think, if I had one in my city, I don't know what independent auditor would find in our city, even though I'm pretty confident we do a really good job of what we do. But I'm sure that they would find some stuff that needs to be fixed. So I want to put what we're working on and the audit report in the right context. And to make it simple, I want to make an analogy. This is Monday morning quarterbacking. Really Monday morning quarterbacking. We're looking back at what happened, and Monday morning quarterbacking is very important. Any football coach will play those tapes over
I don't
and
know what
over.
that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Monday morning quarterbacking is after the football game's over, you got tapes, and everyone's home watching the tapes being played and seeing what that quarterback should have done something else. That quarterback was running from a line that was breaking, and maybe they should have passed. Maybe they should have ran. They would have gotten a lot more yardage. And we're kind of second guessing what that quarterback should have done. So that's what we're doing here. And I think I just want to put that in context and trying to figure out what was going on there and all the mistakes that were taking place. And I think we all recognize there were some errors that were made. There were some things that we should have done. But I don't think there was a purpose, deliberate thing to hide from any of us. Yes, we should have been notified earlier. Yes, we should have. But I don't know if there was I haven't found any evidence there was a deliberate effort to deceive any of us. But in any case, whether that was true or not, it is past now. We have a lot of things to work on, and I think that's important. I want to ask a few questions of staff. The auditor brought up what is a minimal material loss, and I realize the importance of that in auditing, that we need to know if there are any kind of loss, let alone whether it's major or material. But during the early reports of this issue, the CFO pointed out that he was guarding against a material loss. And to me, a material loss would be a loss in our bond rating. And that could easily happen if we stop receiving any revenues from 125. Not just the bond for 125, but the bonds for Transnet, which is in the billions of dollars. And a small drop in our bond ratings from AAA, which we took a long time to get to AAA. We didn't have very good bond ratings before, from a double to a single A. How much would that cost SANDAG? How much would that cost? And to me, if I have a financial manager, yes, I want good returns on my stocks and my investments. But the main thing I want my financial manager to do is protect my resources. I'd much rather have a 0.5% less in revenue in my portfolio if I'm guarded against major loss. So yes, we had some loss, $2-3 million. But I'm more worried about what would have happened if we stopped receiving revenues for even a 6-month period to get a new RFP out and get a new contract out. What kind of material loss would that be? And I think that would be a major material loss, not a minor one. And to me, that's what we expect from staff to do, more importantly than anything else. And if I was to make an equivalent back to my other analogy, that's passing and causing an interception. That's running backwards and losing 50 yards. That's the stuff we don't want to happen. But that's what I hope we look at. With regards to a CFO, yes, we want things to happen, but I just want to remind folks that this agency, because of our good work in how we manage our bonds, how well we move money to another over recent years, has gained over, or I guess, and Colleen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, about $400 million more in interest rate that we got because of the management of our bond system. And Colleen, maybe you can reiterate on that or confirm that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shu. I think our finance team, our CFO has done a remarkable job in refinancing and bringing, as a result of refinancing, brought 400 million to the region that we hadn't had before. In fact, refinancing the bond or the loan for the 125 resulted in an additional $147 million that now is available in our accounts to help do what many of you want to do, which is to pay off that loan. So there has been a lot of refinancing. Our high bond rating has helped us get a lot of outside funding to this region, which all of us have benefited from. So I thank you for that question. We're very proud of all of that work.
Now, to me, that's just a bit of side information. The other contradiction that I see here is that we're complaining about, we have a toll road in the South Bay and, it's inequitable. Why is that part of the county having to pay roads? But now we're complaining that $2 million was not collected off of that toll road. $3 million was not collected. Those are people that got to ride it for free. So to me, it's kind of a contradiction in what we're saying. We're complaining that we didn't collect the money, but the other side, we're saying that we wanted for it to be free. So to me, it's oddity in terms of my comment. And my last point would be that Monday morning quarterbacking is important. We should do it, and we should do it thoroughly so we could correct things and make things better. I believe in continuous improvement, and I think we need to look at it in that context. Let's make continuous improvement and go forward and find ways to not have this kind of incidents happen in the future, so that we do pay off that toll. But let me remind you, when SANDAG first took over that toll road from a private entity, the cost for traveling on 125 went down, not up. We saved the travelers on that road paying a toll money because SANDAG took it over and not let it crumble and not let it continue in private ownership. We saved the travelers some money. So I think SANDAG did its best, but it looks like we didn't do well enough. And I think for that reason, I'm glad that we're going through this process and make it better. Thank you.
So I appreciate your comments and thank you for explaining to me what that meant. I think for me, it's extremely important that we really get down to where the system is broken, because there's evidently systems that are not in place here at SANDAG at the moment, where there is a culture that has been clearly represented by our management, which they stated that, they're just going to fix it without, we can get it done. Whether it was or not under the purview of the former CEO to be able to do that or not, I think you can argue that with many CEOs about what they are allowed or not allowed to do. And the expectations have to be clear from each board on what the expectations are of that CEO, including, what you are supposed to be able to do or not be able to do, and create these systems so these kinds of things don't happen again. And I think it's clear in the report from WIPA that there was a lot of information that should have been provided to this board so that we should have made that decision. So I think it's extremely important that the information is shared with us. And so Mayor Krantz.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the challenge in all of this, especially related to the Monday morning quarterbacking aspect. I think that there's some validity to being sensitive to not doing too much of that. But I will acknowledge that the last time we were speaking about this with the original WIPA report, I did make comments here at this board that suggested the possibility of criminality in some of what we're seeing here. And honestly, that issue has not been put to rest yet. There are serious questions about decisions that were made on this. And it's important that we get to the bottom of those decisions to be sure that there are not, in fact, criminal issues related to this particular contract. When I got the memo about the, with response, OIPA's response to management, my biggest concern by far was related to question number 3 in her response to management's response. And the question was, why was the board not notified immediately following the July 2022 CFO email to Ron Fagan when the CFO implied that they would be? Further, why was the procurement not initiated at that time to replace E10? And the response to management response included the full email. It says the July 5, 2022 full email text from the CFO to Fagan included in the investigation states, "Good morning, Ron and Christine. I know we are not to receive the final report until October, but after Hassan discussed your preliminary findings with the executive team last week, it was really determined that we need to move away from ETAN, in particular for the new OME port of entry, but also in time for SR 125 and I-15. So we need to take an item to our board of directors sooner than later so that we can get the team moving in a direction to prepare a new tolling RFP or piggyback on someone else, i.e. BATA or TCA. So can we carve out the portion of the report related to the viability / going concern of ETAN and get a preliminary report on that aspect this / next week? We would more than likely take these items in closed session to the board as we would need to keep this subject confidential for now for obvious reasons. Thanks, SANDAG CFO. So one of my questions to the OIPA is, who was on that email? Was it only Ron and Christine, or were others CC'd on that?
I believe it's just the 3 of them.
Pardon me?
It's the 3 of them, Ron, Christine.
Just the 3
and
of
the
them.
CFO.
Well, we do have the CFO here, and I'm wondering if it's possible for him to get up on the here at the staff table and answer some questions about this email and what happened after that. Pardon me?
Was it ever forwarded? Should be in our system.
Yeah, so.
You know what I'm saying? That it was forwarded that day to other people. By any of those 3.
Hello, Andre.
Yes, Mayor.
I apologize for the fact that you were not set up for success on any of this and seemed to be the fall guy. I appreciate all the work that you did financially for this agency, and I wish you the best in your retirement. Is there any way that you can explain to us what happened after this email was sent, specifically with regard to the issue of taking this to the board, whether it was in open or closed session?
I'd be glad to, Mayor, but maybe I can take a couple of steps back prior to that. I think just maybe to kind of set the story. I mean, I know a lot has been said, but I can stand here in front of you and tell you that the staff did the best with the intention of moving the project forward. There wasn't any time that we spoke as management team of trying to hide anything. It was something that we thought that we could handle the best under the circumstances, trying to keep ETAN up and going and trying to ensure that we continued to get money from the toll facilities. When Hassan made me responsible for the toll road in early 2022, I had taken over from a previous director who actually had terminated, and I was probably the 4th person that was leading the group from the time that ETAN had been put into the position as well as CAPS. I think from early on, from the emails that you've seen, that there were problems with the ETAN and with CAPS. And I think if it wasn't one thing, it was another. And part of it was our management, part of it was their management. And we kind of went into the COVID time period that made things a lot more difficult. And one thing that I can say is at the bare minimum, ETAN was able to collect revenues. But there are a host of other issues, as noted in the OIPA report, that kept piling up. I think the prior directors previous to me that maybe didn't have the accounting and financial background that I did, I don't want to say kick the can down the road, but we're continuing to collect cash. We're moving along. And yes, although we could see that there are a number of problems, there wasn't something to the extent that, oh my God, we need to go to the board because we're not going to stop collecting toll revenues on I-15 and SR 125. We were collecting with issues. But when we changed the director and I went in initially, I'm not an operations person, but I am a financial person. And I knew enough about the toll facility from a financial perspective and what I really needed in my reports to ensure that we continue the ratings. And I think the time came when it became clear that we were not going to be able to get the reports that we needed for our financial statements. That comes a little bit later. But at the time when Fagan did the operational risk assessment, it clearly says in the report, keep moving with ETAN, which we did, but then try find an alternative solution, be it going out and doing a brand new RFP or maybe piggybacking off one of the other entities here in California. And at the time, I also hired Lucinda Broussard, who is an expert in tolling, and so she assisted me with that. We spoke to 5 or 6 different entities as far as tolling goes. Deloitte need to be one of them. We spoke to BATA, we spoke to TCA, and we were gathering the best options that we could, knowing that at one point we're going to move away from ETAN. The biggest concern that I had is I'm also the financial manager on Otay Mesa East. That's not just a local project. That's a local project, a state project, a federal project, and a foreign government. And I knew how important it was that we needed to get a first-class operating system for Otay Mesa East. But the Otay Mesa East project was not at the point that we knew the exact specifications that we needed to put out an RFP related to that. Just recently, initially Otay Mesa East, the collection points were going to be in the US. Now they're going to be in Mexico. So it's like every month things changed on that it was difficult to put together an RFP because we didn't know the exact specifications. So yes, my email says we have to come to the board, like I said, back in, I think, whenever that email was. But I think when you come to the board, you want to have options A, B, and C. Like this is what we're going through, but we hadn't finished doing the specifications on the RFP. So it's like, if we came to the board, what are we going to tell you? Do we have enough information to let you know? Do we have enough information to give you the alternatives? And I don't think we were quite there yet. And I think, at the end of the day, I report to Hassan. I gave all the information to Hassan. Our entire executive team knew about it. In fact, almost on a weekly basis, we talk about it. But although in my email, I said that we need to go to the board, we probably should have, just to kind of give an informational item, but I don't think we had enough A, B, C, or Ds to give to the board. And ultimately, that's the CEO's decision to go to the board. I report to him, and he's the one that then reports to you. And I think the CEO at the time decided that we were doing enough to continue collecting the tolls until we really had a solution to come up with. I think the time came in about August of last year when ETAN, we had a meeting with top brass from ETAN and our accounting and finance group, along with HNTB. At that meeting, they told us, you will not get your year-end financials. numbers that you need out of the system. That was the point that I said to Hassan, we've got to stop this. We've got to move away from ETAN. As much as they've been able to collect the revenue, if I cannot get financial reporting to our auditors, then the domino effect may start, where if I can't get audited financial statements, then I can't get the ratings that I need. Then I lose the rating on SR 125, which there's a lot of cross buyers between SR 125 and the commission. And so although this is the small bonding issues, I know $200 million versus $2.5 billion, it's the same buyers. And I'd say about 20% of when we get the ratings, it's based on management and the board. And so if you can't manage SR 125, what are we going to have $2.5 billion worth of bondholders thinking? So that was the time that I said, we need to move away from them. And that's when Lucinda and I had gathered enough information that we knew that at the time, only Deloitte and A2B were in the position to be able to move us over into a new system within the 7 to 9 month period.
I appreciate that. I think that the key to me is the fact that in July of 2022, you identified in an email that we needed to kind of hustle this issue of an RFP to have to avoid a sole source contracting situation. And yet August of 2023, more than a year later, the board is being brought really no choice but to sole source this thing. And to me, it's not clear in this report what happened in the interim. And, you know, I heard what you're saying, and I recognize the challenges and the need to provide the board with some information that it can use. I just keep coming to the fact that toll roads are all over the United States, all over the world, right? And so the notion that you were looking at possibly piggybacking is because toll roads are all over the world. So it's not, you know, it's rocket science, but we launch in rockets every day now. So it's still just not clear to me that 13-month span that forced us into this box with sole sourcing and a bad vendor and 13 months of paying ETAN and HNTB. And it's just not making any sense. And to me, I think ultimately we do need to get down to a private investigator to really kind of dive into, and if it's all just, you know, decisions that weren't possible to be made, and this time that it took to kill the idea of going with a real RFP, then so be it. But again, this is the response to management response is devastating, and the comments that have been made regarding the management response are troubling. And so to me, I think it's past time to bring in somebody from outside to really get to the bottom of these contractual issues. And I was at NCTD on the board when we hired a new general counsel because we were having some problems with contracting. NCTD, just like SANDAG, is a contract agency. If you can't manage contracts, there's going to be trouble. And we are in the middle of trouble. One last question I would ask is there any federal money in SR 125?
No, SR 125 is managed by the tolls that it brings in itself.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My previous experiences in management of records and data for 1 in 9 Americans. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Better. Anyways.
Can you hold it closer, please?
Hold it closer. There. Is that better? Better?
Yeah.
Ooh, I can hear that. Thank you. Anyways, my experience was in managing records and data for 1 in 9 Americans. So it's a large group. And that was not only management, but migration and integration of data systems and the data itself. We always conducted this with robust testing. That was always an accompaniment. And if testing failed, we could not go live. We were not allowed to go live. There's regulatory penalties if you decided to move forward. So here, you know, SANDAG has decided to go forward when I'm not sure that there was successful, robust testing. Because of the, you know, garbage in, garbage out dynamic, the January sole source solution raised red flags for me. It was reported that the general ledger itself, is the issue, but the client accounts were okay. My question is, which parts of the system generates notices and letters to our clients? How is an issue identified? Is it in the general ledger? Is it the account? If there's arrears or reconciliations that's required, where does that come from? And in the absence of robust testing, how do we know that that's where the information is being pulled from or collated or the integration? Because it's very, very common that there's a lot of miscommunications between old systems, new systems, and even within systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the comments. I think, we all have the same questions, and it comes down to, as you said, Courtney, the two, why wasn't the board made aware of it and why wasn't the RFP prepared in a more timely manner? But in kind of looking forward, I'm trying to figure out how you can get the answers to that, or what it is that you're looking for, because how do you get an answer to why something wasn't done? Are you looking for emails, or is it that you're looking for an established process that wasn't followed? In terms of the RFP, I appreciate Mayor Kranz's questions to Andre and learned, that there wasn't enough information to provide the specifications for an RFP. But I don't know if that justifies a very long wait for that. I'm just really curious how you're going to go about this. I mean, is it a smoking gun email that you're looking for?
Thank you. It's a very good question, and I just want to state the questions again to help me. I'm a little under the weather. So why wasn't the board made aware, and why wasn't an RFP prepared? To step into that space, why something didn't happen.
Yeah.
The challenge is, as an IPA and working at an executive level, these questions should be answered, right? Because people know. So it's challenging to be able to say what is it that we collectively believe we're looking to find that would be the best result for everyone. And so I am joining you in this question. And not saying, that going back and recreating who was in the room will change the information that you all hold today. What I just heard was, that executives were briefed, they were all there, they heard, right? So now, again, I think it's a greater issue going forward, because even if you look at the 7 questions, right? What policy made you notify the board in October and not here? And we're always looking towards criteria, policies, because that's the structure that we can build an accountable management structure, right? That then reports to you all in your role as governance.
So let me just interrupt really quickly. So yes, we did learn that the executive team they were all in the room for that email. So who needed to go issue an RFP in that group? I mean, is there a job title of a person in other departments that's the one responsible for making the decision and issuing an RFP? And if the executive team isn't that person or people, then what steps should have been taken to make sure that did occur? Or were there other things that happened in the room, like we need this information first, second, third, before that happens? But if it's just a meeting, I mean, how are we going to find out?
I hear you, Board Member Huebner, and I think that is that an executive management structure is designed to manage what is occurring underneath it. So if an RFP needed to be let, it needed to be handled. It wasn't, and those processes, and I've heard interim CEO state that those processes of escalation weren't working, they didn't occur. And so then as we looked at this to bring forward questions for you that would be helpful, structure was definitely something that I was turning over in my mind, because if you don't have that structure, how can you all have the confidence that things are being escalated, that everybody is clear?
So when we're in our role as council members, we have findings that we have to, answer. And I think that might be a really great addition to the new process that you might set up is, a series of questions you have to answer, and then it's clear. You issue the RFP, or it's clear, it goes to the board or whatever. But, you've got quite a task in front of you. I actually think that you kind of are our independent, investigator. So I'm not completely convinced that we need another, how many auditors do we need here? But we have to figure out how to close this matter out.
I agree.
Yeah, because this can't keep on going on and on and on and on. And like, this was wrong, and this little detail was wrong, and that little detail was wrong. Culpability is with the executive team. We get it. I personally think it was probably, Hassan making a number of calls that may or may not have been agreed to, but he was the boss, right? So how do we close this out and close the books on it? And so that we know, number one, the public knows that this isn't going to happen again. Number two, it won't happen again because we're going to have the processes in place and the findings or whatever it is that you do. So that's what I'm interested in seeing, because I want to go forward with this. Monday morning quarterbacking is looking backward, and it's super important for learning lessons from that. But I think we need to get out of this mess, and soon.
But I would add one more thing though, beyond it's the boss who made it. I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges that you have in executive leadership, and if you go back, any graduate program around leadership will tell you, groupthink is not healthy. And so if you have executives in a room who are not able to push back on a CEO, and you have a CEO that is not able to hear their executives, and then we have a cultural problem, which is what we've talked about. And that is where I think we as a board have a responsibility to ensure that we are emphasizing that with our new CEO, and we've had that conversation with our current interim CEO, of the importance of creating very clear expectations about the buck stops here. You are supposed to share that information with us. You don't get to make that decision because this is public funds, and you need to come back to us. And maybe you come to closed session and you share with us and we say, it's okay, move forward with that. But you need to give us that choice, because in the end, we are the fiduciary responsible folks for those dollars and for the public trust. And I think that is where the challenge is. And what we do need to do the Monday morning, whatever it's called, quarterbacking, because if we don't figure out where that problem is, we're not going to be able to figure out where the system change is. And one executive CEO can't change it when you have 300 employees and executives who have been here for many, many, many years. And no one should take offense and say, oh, well, they're talking bad about me. No, there's a system that is broken. It's obvious. The information before us, it's here. It's broken. And anybody who is taking, any like, oh, they're talking about me. Well, yes, we are. There's a problem here and we need to fix it. And if you're hurt by this, then I'm sorry. As a leader, you have to take responsibility for what you've done. And we got to figure it out. And so we move forward, we figure it out, but there is a need to figure out where that is. And that's why we have an independent auditor. And that's why we're thinking about, we may need to do an assessment, right, of the bigger corporation as a whole. And we're going to talk about that as a board, to come in and look at, many entities do that all the time, so that we can look at where are the loopholes, where are the system breaks that we have in an entity that is very unique. 18 cities, unincorporated areas, $1 billion that our OIPA investigator cannot do. It has been asked by other council members if we can do that, and mayors. So there's still a lot of opportunities, I think, to go there. But I want to make sure that we don't just kind of say, well, we can or cannot. I agree with all of you, but I think we do need to, once and for all, keep moving forward, figure out where the system is broken. We can't keep putting Band-Aids on this, because it continues to create challenges for everyone here. So I have 4 more people on the queue so that we can go ahead, and I still need to have a public comment on this item as well. So Mayor Minto.
Well, it seems like we've all gone down this rabbit hole pretty deeply, and the Queen of Hearts would probably just say, off with their heads. So having said that, I'm going to ask some questions, then I'm going to make some comments. And I know that we're getting some timeline histories, but one question I would have is the private company that ran the toll system, was the system working before SANDAG purchased it? Why do we know why maybe we left that system and went to something that we thought would work better, maybe? Or maybe we did because we didn't have experience. Why didn't we maybe ask that toll operator to continue? I mean, that's just a good piece of history because I would like to know if our history is contracting with companies that are not necessarily performing the way they should be. And we should have known that before we contracted with them. And then also, I think something that we need to know is that would help with identifying who's accountable is when some of these things were being discussed, like, you know, with Andre and his email and whatnot, before going forward, was council consulted before proceeding with any of the actions? And if so, were adverse points identified, and were those adverse points ignored, and maybe the CEO proceeded anyways? And also, somebody said, I forget who said it, that we've always had, oh, maybe it was, maybe as you call it and said, we've always had a culture of we just want to get things right. And you know what? That was the same culture that prevailed when we had the last Transnet initiative that went forward. And when, you know, Marnie Cox was saying, this is right, we've been using this modeling and we've used it for years. And we came in, and I think Ray's told us in the past that, well, it was a flawed system. The modeling wasn't correct, and they had to make some changes. And really that's what led to Marnie leaving and retiring. And then of course, we lost Gary, and a lot of that came. So did we really change the culture? And what kind of policies can we put into effect today that prevent us from saying we changed our culture, but we didn't change our culture, if that makes any sense at all? Because just saying you did it doesn't mean it happened. And, you know, maybe we also need some more policies regarding follow-up. Like, for instance, if direction is given to an executive director, or maybe even somebody downline from that, and instead of just making a note, ask for where the follow-up is for it. Because that's why maybe we forget something, or we miss something, or something didn't come up, is because we're not paying attention to follow-up. And follow-up is important, especially when all of us sit here and we hear testimony, and all of a sudden we get this idea. And so we want to say it, and we're hoping that somebody's taking notes, and then they follow up on those notes. Because in our daily jobs, many of us have daily jobs, not me, I'm retired. But, you know, so there's a lot of work to be done there. And then they try and be council members or mayors, and there's even more on their plate, and they're trying to get things done. So we have to rely on staff at each one of the different places that we participate to make sure that follow-up is given. And, you know, Jack made a really good point, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Monday morning quarterbacking is absolutely what we're doing here. I've always hated it, but what I found out is that it does make the game go better, and maybe you can score better. The only thing that I probably disagreed with you on that is that I think that you said you didn't believe that people deliberately attempt to deceive staff, executive boards or board meetings. I think they did. I think there was a lot of deliberate deception going on, not because they were corrupt or whatever, but because it's like, man, if somebody finds out I did this, I might lose my job, because that's part of human nature. What I will stop on here, though, is that We hear it every day, every time we come here from people in the audience, and they may not say it in these exact words, but what they expect from us is not just for us to be legal in what we're doing, but they want us to be honest, they want us to be ethical. And I think that we have an obligation to ask every person, not just ourselves, be legal, honest, and ethical, but we have an obligation to ask everybody who works for us to do the same. And if that means that, oh, well, maybe I get a day off without pay because that's what the consequence is for making a mistake. But then again, I want us to recognize a mistake versus something that was intentional. Then you know what? You have to do what you have to do, because that's what keeps it going forward, honest, legal, and ethical.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I want to really thank you for digging in with this report and for continuing to dig and to look for the holes. I want to pick up on what Robin Maxon, representing without a vote our unincorporated membership, was saying. So my bachelor's is in computer science. My master's degree is in distributed computer systems and data. My PhD is in computer science, AI, and reasoning with uncertainty and incomplete information. I worked for Texas Instruments for 3 years in the process control division as a software engineer. And that's the hat I'm wearing when I think about how could all of this have possibly happened? And it brings me to, in addition to all the questions that have already been asked, who decided ETAN was qualified? What did ETAN present to the people who were deciding that? I mean, I've written code that's gone into process controllers, that's gone into Campbell's soup factories. That code is so tested and so reviewed before it even begins to go into regular use, that the only way this could all possibly have happened is if, and I'm going to use the word lie, either ETAN lied or the people who were deciding ETAN was qualified lied. And the questions that follow up from that are, when did it become clear they did not have the software system they may have said they had? Who decided to prioritize a new, untried, untested software system over what must have been available off-the-shelf software to do a task that happens all over California, the US, and the globe every day seamlessly? And that's collecting tolls. When was it learned that this software was still under development? I mean, you would never in a million years take software that isn't complete and deploy it. So who is overseeing the code reviews? Who exactly was writing the code? So I think those are the questions that I'd like to add to our slate, based on, I code every day. I've coded. I've written code that's gone into, places where you really don't want it to go wrong. So thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. As I've sat here, I figured out there's maybe 3 different things that the board's looking for. Number 1 is corrective action. I think the independent auditors really set forward some things that we can do and that staff needs to do to be better. The second part is accountability. And so my question about the accountability part with Auditor Mr. Ruby is are you looking for stuff, and is it part of your purview that your investigation will lead to who was at fault and figure out what the resulting action, whether it's from HR, criminal, civil, whoever, is that part of what we're looking for in your investigation?
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to clarify for a process clarification. The SR 125 investigation that we issued on March 25th is complete. So that when we issued that is complete, that has the findings and the recommendations. And then this board requested who knows what when at the special meeting on the 29th. That we have not even begun to initiate, given that we've been working on this. So from a process standpoint, the questions that were provided today was an analysis to help you in your conversation today. So if those questions that were provided to you, you want followed up on, then I'd like us to have that conversation so everybody's clear. When we do an investigation, so in the matter of the one that we've issued, we didn't find that there were acts, illegal acts, fraud, intentional deceit, right? I would say gross mismanagement was found. If a matter requires a personnel action, so I've been involved in investigations that did involve fraud and would ensure that the administration was aware of the individuals so that they could understand the implications around that. My role is oversight. I don't cross the line into management. I can make recommendations. At the end of the day, it is up to management at board's direction to implement those. So that's the part where if it goes, then it turns into personnel action. Certainly, if they would warrant criminal action, then that would, or HR personnel action, that all gets taken care of. Doesn't mean I wouldn't make a finding as to the egregiousness of an act and that would be part of the investigation. But if it was a personnel matter, that wouldn't be something that we wouldn't bring a personnel matter here.
Thank you. So what I'm getting is your investigation in this matter has been completed. You've cited mismanagement, gross mismanagement. No individuals have been brought forward saying, hey, specifically they did something wrong. Yet the board continues to want to find those people accountable. I don't know how we split that off if we keep digging into it, because I guess I look at it this way. We either accept your report and trust what it says, or we take half of it, the parts we like, and then say, hey, we need more to the report. We want more to our, that's just my kind of feeling. You know, the question of integrity comes up because some of the executive board that were in some of these meetings sits with us here today. And I think that as I look at what I know of them and how I know them, I don't have any questions about their integrity. We talk about corrective action. You know, we heard earlier that the ERP program continues to move forward. That was put in place to make sure that there's accountability. There's some connectivity through all different projects. It's a management program. This has been implemented, from my recollection, on top of the regular day-to-day duties that staff has. I look at the staff who's here. They were here before we had an office of an independent performance auditor. They brought it forth as the board requested. I don't feel like there's been any point at some of the people that we may have questions about their integrity, that there's points where I see where there's holes in it. They've done what the board's asked them to do. I don't think that there's going to be any change in that. The one person that's not here in the room, I think many of us might have a lot of questions about that. We don't have a way back machine to go back and change what was happening. But I think if we were to look at character and intent, which again, I'm not a lawyer, I know there's a few of you lawyers around the table, that I think that's what we really look at. I think we have to have answers for the public. This is something that is quite serious, and it's questioning what we're doing. But I think that we need to, as a board, the best things that we can do is look at the corrective action, the recommendations that have been made, and then we create preventive policies so that we don't repeat what's happened. I think that that's where I feel like, as a board member, my role is. I would love to have the answers. You know, we're 60 years past JFK and people are still asking who did it. I don't want this to be something that is a negative anchor to the board and the progress that we need to go forward. I'm not saying that there isn't accountability that needs to be had, but I also feel that, you know, if this agency was solely about tolling, I would have some serious questions, more so than I do about what was done. The fact that this is something that, and again, maybe staff would probably agree with me, they were amateurs getting into it. Were they the sucker born every day when ETAM came and presented this wonderful plan to get him into this new partnership with tolling, maybe, I don't know. The questions are in the past, but I really feel that we've made some significant strides in finding the answers to what we need. And I don't feel like the continued point of going after somebody for the accountability should be the main focus. It should be really finding what we can do to make us better as a board. And again, when I say that, it's not the individuals, it's as the board of SANDAG, because the members of this board will change constantly. But if we put in parameters and policy to help that, that I think is our best bet. Thank you.
Councilwoman Molina.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Courtney Ruby, for the report, and certainly to Ms. Colleen for addressing the tough questions. I appreciate all of the board members today. The tough questions that were asked, also Andre, for sitting in the hot seat. I think this is difficult, but it is necessary. It is absolutely necessary to go through this. I think it sort of feels like maybe we are reaching maybe the point where the point has been made, and perhaps there is more work to be done. But I do want to agree with the members today that have said, there's something about looking back and trying to, place blame. But I think what is necessary is to look forward. And I have heard that today. I have heard it said the culture must change. I have heard it said that there are tasks that are defined actually in our item report, item 9, I think it's attachment 1A, that has been updated. If you'll notice, all of the text in red, red items indicate new actions added based on OIPA and or audit committee recommendations. And so this to me seems like the sentiments in this room are being addressed. And I am also very frustrated, but I am interested in not looking back, but looking forward. And the report does say, this is discussion / possible action. And what I would like to propose is an action. And Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to adopt the revised action plan, which again is item 9. It's the toll operations action plan with all of the additions, attachment 1B. Thank you. I'm not sure what the correct number is. It's the toll operations action plan that has the bold lines on there, and then the red items that are additions based on the OIPA audit committee recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you.
You have a motion in a second. Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief, just a few responses of all the many, many things that have been said today by the board. Preliminarily, I just want to say, Colleen, thank you for being the interim CEO. I think you tried extremely hard to do a very good job, even though obviously there's serious issues, but I actually appreciate the work that you've done. So thank you for that. I also agree with the chair's comments that, this board does bear some responsibility. In my first term here, it was immediately clear to me that there was a massive culture problem, and I battled many people in this room regularly that there was a clear message being sent from the CEO that he did not respect a large portion of the board and felt that he could pretty much do what he wanted when in fact he works for this board. And we all should have insisted at that time that he was held to the professional level that clearly didn't trickle down to all of the staff that would be in this room and watch our board meetings and see the conduct that was taking place. I mean, I can give you an example of talking to a staff member and saying about an issue that I had that I said this to the staff member, I'm not saying the staff is intentionally opposing what the board is told them to do, but, and before I finished, the staff member said, oh yeah, sometimes we do intentionally disobey what the board wants. That happens here. And that culture was true. And we've had other independent auditor reports, haven't we? Didn't we have one already about the 125 that had a $1.8 million loss in it? You know, this isn't all totally brand new to us. This is stuff has been going on for quite a while. And I don't want to keep going back on this issue, but I have said at SANDAG board meetings at least 4 times that when we previously had an independent auditor report presented to this board, it was done at the end of a 5-hour meeting, and the majority, a large portion of the board and leadership was not here for that report. What message did that send to SANDAG staff? Colleen, I don't certainly believe anything negative about the vast majority of employees of SANDAG. I like almost all of them, and pretty much all of them that I know. I think they're good people. I think they generally work hard, as far as I can tell. Again, I don't know them all that deeply, but I like the people that I know at SANDAG, and I do think they're well-intended. But culture and leadership definitely needed to change, in my opinion. And I think it's been clear for a long time, and I'm glad that it seems to me that the entire board is willing to do whatever is necessary now to ensure that that happens for this agency in the future. I will just say 2 more quick things. One is I don't really agree with the analogy that we're Monday morning quarterbacking. I played football for a very long time. I sat in film rooms every Monday. That is looking at what you did wrong and could do better on the playing field. That's very different than if there's policies and culture and things happening. You know, if you're the quarterback and you bet on the game, and I mean, this is very different, right? This isn't just someone's decisions. I think the concept that we didn't disclose this issue to the board because we were trying to get a solution is a perfect example of the culture problem. When there is a serious issue, it must be disclosed. To me, it's more analogous to my law partners. And as a managing partner, when something would go wrong, I had to tell those partners immediately. Otherwise, if they found out something like this had been going on for this time period, I would no longer be the managing partner and probably not a partner. This is required to be disclosed, not only to your equals, but certainly to your bosses that have a fiduciary duty, as it was mentioned earlier. And I just have one brief question for Ms. Ruby, which is, does your type of investigation and analysis include things like the email that you were discussing with Mayor Krantz about where do you have access to? Did that email get forwarded? Was there further discussion, or is it, I know you can't do every single thing possible in a short period of time, but I am curious. I think some of the other board members asked a little bit, like, what does it actually look like, what you're doing?
I have access to all records, all SANDAG records. So there isn't anywhere that any document, if we need it. So an investigation, you define your investigation objectives, those questions, and then you have a plan to answer those
I know that,
questions.
and I'm a big supporter of that.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned that before, that I think you have unfettered access. What I'm asking in this specific email that was being discussed, that 3 people were on, which Mayor Krantz asked you, was there a search done by you?
Yes.
To see if that had been forwarded and sent to other people throughout
if
this
it had been
agency?
forwarded,
And
no.
then forwarded by them and commented on, and
No,
would you
that
give
has
us
not
some
been.
that is something I would suggest be done if you feel it's appropriate. Thank you.
Mayor Wolf?
I have a concern that some subcontractors may have conspired with SANDAG executives to overlook failures and overcharging, because these groups have been working towards supporting citizens' initiatives to raise revenues in the form of taxes and other fees. I'd like to be assured that that wasn't the case. Will your investigation look at things from that angle or at that depth?
The investigation that we talked about last time, my recollection, Mayor, is that you all were coming back to talk about the contractor piece in closed session. So that piece, I think, is still open, if I'm understanding your question accurately.
No, SANDAG contracts out with lots of groups to do work. What I and several other people have also been told is that there are groups working for SANDAG that Hassan gave a pass to, and allowed to get away with things because they were doing his bidding in trying to bring more tax opportunities to the board so that he could raise the $160 billion that he wanted to raise. I think that's a conflict of interest. I'd like to know if that's the case. And my question is, it doesn't seem to me that your investigation would be looking at things from that angle or in that depth. I think if I'm wrong, please explain it. But I think that your investigation looks more at the mechanics of how everything works and how we can do it better and make sure that these kind of problems can't happen in the future, which is great. But I don't think it answers my question. So the question is, can you or will you do that, or should we look for another way to remedy that situation to answer that question?
So typically an audit will look at systems, an investigation will look at specific allegations. So in relation to if there's a specific allegation of wrongdoing between a contractor and any member of SANDAG, we would start, that's where the investigation would originate, with the allegation. So a broad allegation of wrongdoing, we would need specifics to state in order to initiate the investigation.
Well, based on that, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we go back to the idea of hiring an independent counsel and investigator that will look into not only the mechanics of the problems that are at SANDAG, but some of the political problems that are at SANDAG and how the board members may have been kept out of the loop and decisions may have been made based upon political considerations.
So, Mayor, we were already, we're going through that process already because you asked for that at the last meeting. And so we're going to be, right? Does everybody remember that? You've asked for that process to start moving forward so that we can hire. And then I asked, you asked for a political consultant or something like that. And I said, and you said, no, it was you actually want someone to come in and audit beyond what's happening here. And so we are starting that process now, right? So
look, I just want to clarify. So did I miss, did we vote on that? Did we decide to
you
hire?
directed the board, you directed me to direct.
I don't believe we voted on that. And I certainly don't know about, does anybody else know that that's occurring?
I thought the recollection was that the counter was, we already have an independent investigator here, and that's the OIPA. And the discussion got a little muddled at that point, and I don't know that we ever moved forward on that issue.
No, but we also said that we were going to go back and we were going to look into hiring somebody beyond, right? The independent auditor for finance to be able to do a big assessment.
So in deference then to the mayor, if we're looking into that, is that in process now? Or are we just still looking?
Exactly. It's two different issues there.
Yes.
I am responsible for hiring a contractor to provide the independent assessment of the finance department. That was a part of the investigation recommendations. So I'll be moving forward on crafting that RFP next week. My recollection of the board meeting on the 29th was there was a lot of discussion about contractors, HNTB, that you all wanted to have a more robust conversation about that before you determined what you wanted evaluated. Once I think it's determined what you want evaluated, then I think that's the time to have the conversation on whether it's OIPA.
I certainly would be willing to withdraw the substitute motion if we were to agree to agendize this at a meeting in the future.
Yeah, so, I was going to agendize it because you asked for it. I just assumed that that's what you wanted, but sure, happy to do that.
At some point, I would just like to have a vote on it. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Mayor?
Mayor Raquel Vasquez here, and I know that we do have action on the table. I'm not sure if I heard anyone second the action, and if that's the case, I'll be more willing to do so. I'd like to thank OPA for bringing this forward and for staff providing the response and all of the questions that have been presented here. And my comments are in alignment with Fisher and Melina in how we should move forward. And I've heard the word, and I'll say it here, there's gaps in communication. And there's opportunities to come up with processes to try and close those gaps. And I think if we close those gaps, then that opportunity of creating, not just creating, but reducing risk, and then creating transparency, ultimately trust, not just among us, but with the public is there. And so how do we do that? I think that if we establish a standard operating procedure so that when communication comes from staff to management regarding issues, that process is in place so that the board is notified in a timely manner. Now, I don't know what that looks like, but I'd like to see that come forward. And that way, we're not discussing an issue that occurred a year ago, and we're not in a place where it's undermining the integrity of this organization. So I don't know if that should be added to the action or perhaps just a follow-up or agendized so that we can establish those processes, those standard operating procedures, so that we are in the loop with the issues that this organization is facing. Thank you.
So, Mayor, I think there's maybe two ways, and you tell me what you think. One of them is there are some recommendations already on page 14, right? But then in addition to that, I think to our new CEO, I think this should be a top priority as well. And as part of our evaluation process that we will have with our new CEO, I think it should be one of the items in terms of the performance review and how some of this is reported back to the board, if the board is agreeable to that.
Yes, because we need those standard operating procedures. If we don't establish those, then I foresee us in the same situation with another topic. So how do we, set ourselves up for success? Not just SANDAG, but us as a board. And I think that might be one step in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. I come from a world of investigating and mitigating liabilities, and I realize that we are now talking about this, but finding a nice clean space under the rug to put it and then move forward and say, we're not going to do that again is not the right answer. We have an absolute duty to ourselves, this board, the organization, the staff, the executive team, and the members of our community to thoroughly vet this, to get it. If we have to do it in closed session, we can do that. But I suspect that there are a number of people maybe in this room or tangentially related to this room who might be embarrassed at a particular point. I heard the CFO a couple of hours ago state very clearly that there were members of the executive team that were present when revelations were made clearly well ahead of the board being notified. So however that falls and whoever might be a little bit piqued by it, that's the way life goes. It's just a little troubling that some members of the board are willing to say, well, okay, let's just find ways to not do that again when we don't really know what do that again was. That needs to be thoroughly vetted. I've worked with bullies before. We had a bully leave in December. They worked through intimidation, and I suspect some of our well-intentioned employees were intimidated, either passively, aggressively, or directly. That's fine. We can deal with that. We can move forward on those issues. But to ignore that it was an issue is not the right answer. And that really has to happen in closed session because we are going to be dealing with personnel issues. And I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
I think we can have all the policies and procedures you want. You can have a book this thick, but if you have a leader at the very top who says, we're going to do this, and I don't report to the board and I want you to do this, we're going to have challenges. It all starts at having that good leader, which is why today was important. But we have a CEO that needs to empower their employees to do the right thing and support them. And I think we're in a much better spot now, but worry, policy and procedures aren't going to fix it.
Quick question. The Fagan report that's attached to this agenda item is identified as draft. Did they ever provide a final report?
No, they did not.
Do we know what the value of that contract was for that consultancy?
Give me a minute.
Pardon me?
So give me a minute.
Give me a minute and I'll
Okay.
get that for you.
Okay, and that in and of itself is troubling, that it didn't get wrapped up. And some of the recommendations that were in that report are interesting to read in light of what transpired.
Chair, real quickly, while that's happening, it's not to distract. If this report, and it would be a closed session, if it occurs prior to our new CEO coming on board, can we have our general counsel look into the opportunity of having him present? Because it will be necessary for him to know the historical reckoning and then moving forward after the end of June, if that's possible.
Yes.
That answer before, yeah, okay, all right, as we're gonna get that information for you, and then we're gonna make sure that everybody gets the final. With that, we have a motion and a second on item number 9, and we're gonna go ahead and take the roll.
And Chairwoman, I believe that's a motion and a second on.
Number 9, we're gonna go back to public comment number 10 in a minute, but please go ahead and take the item number 9.
Councilmember Burkholder,
Carlsbad, yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan,
Yes.
Chairwoman Vargas, Deputy Mayor Gasterlin,
Yes.
Mayor Wells is absent.
can vote for him.
Mayor Kranz,
Yes.
Mayor White,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Shu,
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kime,
Yes.
Mayor Voss is absent. Councilmember Moreno. is-
Moreno, yes.
Councilmember Musgrove,
San Marcos, aye.
Mayor Minto,
Aye.
Second Vice Chair Hebner. Yes. And Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Yes.
And that motion passes with 2 member agencies absent.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a public comment for number 10. I went ahead and combined the discussion on number 9 and 10 for the members because I wanted to make sure that it was appropriate. Yes, ma'am.
The contract value is 100,000.
Thank you. All right, I'll open it up for public comment and go ahead.
Thank you. I have 6 in-person commenters and 2 virtual. Alan C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth.
Thanks. Seeing that one slide, it won't go away. Thank you, Ed, for pointing that out, that yes, we do need to investigate. We need to fire people, maybe put some people in jail. Just brushing on the rug is not the right thing to do. I look at this audit, one of the recommendations, we recommend SANDAG continue the current contract with the thieves, ETAN, while procuring a new back office. Continuing with the crooks that are been screwing us over? Really? Ben Huso set $20 million aside to help stop the toll. Yet we're going to spend $31.7 million for that new contract. You're going right against Transnet that actually said it should have already been closed. You want to solve the problem on this? To close the books. Meanwhile, you boast about 30 million, what is it, 300 million, 300 employees here at SANDAG. Why don't some of them take over? Make that happen. You want to restore trust? Let's fix this. Stop the toll now, and then you'll appease the public. I yield back.
Next comment of Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by allegedly Audra and then Mark.
Lisa, remember when you said you'd miss Hassan? And remember that when former auditor Mary was here, Hassan admitted to blocking her access to documents? I only remember Rebecca and Bill speaking up, and I remember this.
I take offense. I take offense to that. I really take offense to that, and I find that very offensive.
Wow, things just change real suddenly, don't they? Management couldn't even answer the question about what made-up policy was followed to justify a monopoly contract with Deloitte. Hassan and cronies like Andre swept Sandag's dirt, hoping no one would notice. But people with discernment could spot a liar a mile away. Some of you in this room are just like Hassan. Andre's July 5th, 2022 email even says the executive management was aware. The department director who said, quote, full and open competition is not in the public's best interest, end quote, needs to be fired. Fagan's 2022 report says it all, quote, at least 2 projects at Eton repeatedly failed. Continuing with Eton seems the riskiest of all options, end quote. The corruptors obviously wanted Sandag to fail too. Why? Cui bono. Sandag's best is long broken. I
Your
demand
time
an apology.
expired. Next commenter, allegedly Audra, followed by Mark and then Consuelo.
You listening, Nora? Nora, you listening? Just making sure. Inconsistencies with the SR 125 investigation. Even after it took a lawsuit to expose these issues, management is still trying to cover up who is responsible. I guess it will be up to the feds to report who is responsible for this behavior to get any accountability. Andre's email in July 2022, we would more than likely take these items in closed session to the board as we would need to keep this subject confidential for now for obvious reasons. Hassan and Andre then ignored this. They had no intention of being transparent with the board and the public. Public officials had an obligation to be transparent and no one is above this. In the sole source justification, Andre noted the need for a sole source is not due to failure to plan and then states full and open competition is not in the public's best interest. More dishonesty. Sandag employs a corrupt CFO that is only interested in covering up his own mistakes and doing what is in his best interest. Fire Andre immediately and get some honest.
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo and then Mike.
Okay. Number 9, actually 10. The 125, your own pamphlet here says, based on the preliminary analysis, converting SR 125 to general purpose lanes would not be consistent with SANDAG resolution number 2023 or federal and state climate law. Therefore, various managed lane options have been considered for the SR 125, including these 3, adding 2 managed lanes, and they're all unacceptable, meaning people pay. Converting 1 existing lane in each direction to managed lanes, again, unacceptable. And the worst of all, converting all existing lanes to managed lanes with an option for a free option. What's that mean? All the lanes are paid except 1? I mean, it just gets worse and worse. The very fact that these are options with our tax dollars for roads that we paid for our own use, and you're considering the different ways to screw us is just unbelievable. Or it would be unbelievable if people didn't realize that if you see the video on YouTube with the title, Behold the Pale Horse, Chapter 13.
Your time expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mike, Paul the
Great.
Bold, and the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
Yep, she's gone again. That was a great performance earlier, Vargas. Don't let the door hit you like the table did Andre. There are no gaps. This is how government works. It works by not working. There will always be issues when there is money involved. The taxpayers' money, government investigating government. What could go wrong? Same entity that uses QuickBooks. Cringy. If the majority of the public knew about, sorry. If the majority of the public knew about, I know I wrote a good speech. If the majority of the public basically knew that what you guys do here, they would be up in arms. It would be a totally different game. But nothing surprises the ones paying close attention, the few concerned citizens, not audience members of the county, ones who take the time out to research, show up, and listen in on these circus shows. SANDAG continues to disrespect the taxpayers.
Your time expired. Mike, please come to the podium. You will be followed by Paul the Bold and the final commenter, Blair Beekman.
The citizens are unaware of them even existing. And SANDAG censors me on social media.
It's crazy that we're still talking about all this, right? Like SANDAG, this whole entity, waste, fraud, and abuse. I can equate it to a junkie, right? Always buying 8 balls of meth or coke, and when it's time to pay your bills, right? You go asking us for money to go buy an 8 ball, right? Or money rather to go buy or to go pay your phone bill. Rather than pay your phone bill, you guys go out and buy another bag. You guys go buy another 8 ball, meth, coke, whatever it is. And then you come back to us and you ask us for more money for the cell phone bill. It's absolutely maddening. Like, here we are, like feeding your addiction, and we get nothing in return.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Paul DeBold, please go ahead.
Hello, Paul Bold. Nora, did I hear you say that groupthink is not healthy? You know, that is such a wrong statement. I think you need to resign. I think your days as being an effective manager are over. Now, there are a lot of discrepancies in that the action plan. It says update procurement policies is complete, but there's no detail with it. Perhaps there's need for further change. There are a number of other discrepancies. I mean, you know, it says launch contract management support unit to oversee effective administration of contracts.
When your time expired, our final commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for taking public comment. Having public comment at the end of an item like this is kind of helpful, actually. Thank you. I noticed the words of Monday morning quarterbacking to me, which is the ideas of hindsight. As an activist, I try to respect that you guys have a difficult job. So are you in balance? You know, you have a tough job, but yet, so I don't want to over criticize, but at the same time, it can be a way to review using hindsight, to review our situation well and to correct our mistakes. Good luck how you can really correct your mistakes here. And that we really want to work towards the concepts of accountability. It's so key. There's so many good guidelines and practices to help foster important new ideas of accountability these days, that we shouldn't be fearful of it and be wanting to go into those steps to do those good things. Tech accountability is a great example of that. Good luck in your efforts. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments on item 10.
Thank you very much, Tessa. Courtney, do you have any final wrap-up comments you'd like to make?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for bearing with us, and you came here sick. That's shows your dedication. Appreciate all your work. Very much so. Okay, it is almost 2 o'clock, and it's been decided that by leadership that we will be postponing item number 11 and the closed session. All of those are information only, are not time sensitive at least. So I'll be adjourning the meeting right now.
Orders.
Pardon? There you go. Come back. We have to take continued public comments. We have some continued public comments. We have 2 continued public comments. Please have a seat, board. Come back. We have continued public comments. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll go ahead and call,
Okay.
we actually currently,
Everybody quiet down so we can hear our public speakers. And Tessa, can you please call the two speakers?
actually, Vice Chair, there's 4 total speakers from the beginning of the meeting. Mike, Consuelo, Blair Beekman, and Paul the Bolton.
Okay,
Yes, and Paul the Bolt.
okay, these are non-agenda items.
Yes, continued non-agenda. Mike, please come to the podium. Did he leave? Consuelo, please come to the podium.
We'll just finish what I was saying earlier. But anyways. So, yeah, it's kind of like, let's see. SANDAG continues to disrespect the taxpayers of the county by keeping them in the dark. SANDAG preaches transparency. Vargas does all the time, yet continues to be anything but transparent. They continue to get away with not being held accountable because the citizens are unaware that they even exist. SANDAG exists. I have followed, as I mentioned, I was sitting down. I follow you guys on SANDAG on social media, and I've been censored. And so they preach, you know, public participation, yet they censors the ones who do actually participate. So funny. SANDAG needs to go. It's a total waste of the people's money. And yeah.
Thank you. Your time expired. Mike?
Yeah.
Please come to the podium. You're still. Is he gone?
I think Mike left. Mike or Mark?
Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for taking public comment before going into closed session. Aren't we supposed to allow for public comment on the closed session items as well to ask? With that said, overall, thank you for the meeting today. Life doesn't have to be all so bad. There is hope in working these things out. Like I said previous, there are San Diego County is going through a series of issues of readjusting itself and reconsidering best practices. So good luck with that entails. It really means we have to take to heart how accountability and openness works towards a real honest future of positive sustainability. And those are the ways towards a positive sustainability and peace. I feel peace and not war. We've been through 9/11, COVID, and now these current wars. We've gone through a lot the past 20 years. We're a bit corrupt. We're trying to figure out how to clean ourselves up, and we can. And I think that
Your time expired. Final commenter, Paul the Bull, please go ahead.
Paula Bell, the SANDAG investigation management response was not available to the public or even to the board on time. The deadline was Monday, April 8th. But even though the response was dated Monday and some of the documents were dated a few days earlier, you waited until Wednesday after business hours to deliver them. An evening and a day is not enough time to seriously read and study this document. But you did not post the draft minutes, which will have to be corrected now. Shows management's contempt for the board, for due process, and for most of us. We need to hold management accountable for this. If it cannot cooperate with its own board of directors, we need to get rid of it. In April, the Union Tribune also suggested maybe the FBI will do it for us. It walks, talks, and smells like cover-up. Maybe corruption is illegal after all.
And that concludes the public comments.
Very good. We're adjourned again.